Hey, it's your boy, Skinny Penis.
I think the channel's being shadow banned. I don't know. Oh. Morning, everybody. Hey, oh, the gifts. The gifts won't work. Ugh. The gifts won't work until the questions are asked, and then they won't work until I have to do an extra step after that happens. I think. Let me see if I can get them on, man. Got a lot of. I've got a lot of working parts, moving parts here to deal with. It says it's connected. Okay. So this says it's connected, but it's not actually. See, watch. I'll refresh. It says Giphy is connected, but then if you try one, I bet it won't work. Oh my gosh. Okay, so now I'm gonna try something else. Now see if they'll work. And I think the questions have to be asked for it'll actually work. Yeah, because it's not, and the bot's not completely initialized until the questions are asked. And I don't know how to get it to do that sooner than it does. It usually takes it about, I don't know, 2, 3, 5 minutes. Yeah, you got 25 hours to use gifts. Regular. Whoa, morning everybody. Good morning, Nathan. Jay Brown, Jim S, Jessica. You got 3 J's there. JJJ. Ding, ding, ding. Hey, look, we had 3 J's in a row before that, too. Whoa. Crazy. Hey, Saint Goat. What's up, man? Dismal Project. Internet guy. You almost got 11. Did you? How do you know? How do you know? You know what your points were? You had 20 points? Oh, shit. You just reminded me. Aha! Fuck! I'm always forgetting something, y'all. Well, the points aren't going to start yet because I have to write down everyone's time first. God damn it. All right. Well, at least I remember now and not fucking an hour into the stream. Ah. That might be the first time I've seen manual on the list in future. Couple of people. Interesting. I knew I was forgetting something, man. I had a lot to do this morning, man. Like I had trash. I had so much trash I had to take out because I didn't do it last week, and it really fucking built up over. I don't know what I bought. I bought stuff that had. I bought boxes and. So, 75776. Donos were. I'm sorry, this time is accounting for the day. I don't know, dude. Way with the 5 super chat. J Brown. 5 super chat. Alright, are we resetting? Resetting. Dang, my bad. I really. So let's see. How late was I? 10 minutes. Alright. I lost 10 minutes. Oh, man. Okay, that's not too bad. You could have only gotten. Here, I'll add like a couple points to everybody that's here right now. That way, like, in case you add points, or I'll give everybody 3. There. Well, that's everybody that's said something in the past couple of minutes. I'm taking it. I don't know. The 3 J's are on there. All right. Okay. Because you normally get 1 point every 5 minutes for lurking, and you get 2 points every 5 minutes for talking. So I don't know. Let's give everybody 3 points. Here, I'll give everybody another point. 1 more point. 1 more point. Boom. There you go. Not that you care, but like at least it gives everybody that was here first a little something. Now you can leave and hope that that does you some good, which it won't, because there's some real ones in here, and they're going to bury your points in a matter of 30 minutes. You will have not existed anymore in about 30 minutes with that many points. But thank you for coming by. Oh, geez, dude, I've had a really rushed morning. My neighbor came at me about something too. I'll be trimming something. He said he was going to trim it. He literally, dude, my neighbor is a weirdo sometimes, dude. Like 2 weeks ago, right? He was going to trim he was like, hey, I'm going to clean up your area right there. I was like, sweet. And I ended up giving him like some money for the people that cut the grass. I think that same day or something. And then like a week later, I see those people trimming up his tree all nice and tidy and making it look like so it's not going to get shit all over the place anymore, right? And I'm like, okay, mine must be next. So I came in here. I think the stream was even going. I got back on the stream. I'm like, oh, yeah, I'm doing my thing. And I hear that they didn't do my tree. And I'm like, oh, it's like that. Oh, so he said so maybe he's going to do it himself. And I was like, that doesn't make any sense. So I already have people do his tree, and then he's going to do mine himself. I was like, okay, this is weird. So I go out to take my trash out today, and of course my tree's still making a fucking mess because I get no help from my neighbor who said he was going to help me because I don't have fucking yard tools. Anyway, today when I took the trash out, he just happens to be out there smoking a cigarette. Just happens to be. I'm pretty sure he fucking wanted to ask me the question he was going to ask, which was, when are you going to trim your tree? I looked at him. I said, I thought you were going to trim it. And he said, I was going to trim it. I said, huh, well, you didn't. And then I came in, and here I am. Fucking asshole. They'll fucking tell somebody you're going to trim their shit to try to get them to trim it. What was that? Is that what he was doing? What do you think? That him telling me he's going to do it is going to make me do it? Oh, he's going to trim it? Oh, no, he's not. I'm going to get out there and do it. I can show him. Is that how this works? Shit. I don't get it. Like kind of like an Indian giver type situation, I feel a little bit. I would have even paid him, dude. If I would have seen that shit got cut, I would have just handed him cash the next day if I saw him. Actually. $20. That was gonna happen. That was planned scenario in my mind. I was giving him that 20 if that shit got trimmed. If he trims trees like that, what do you mean? Nah, dude, this thing's messy. It's so messy, dude. I just let nature take its course out there. Fuck it. I don't go out there. It'll find a way. Life will find a way. It is finding its way out there. I don't know. Who am I to cut that tree? That tree's been here longer than I have. I'm just a lowly old human. That tree's wise and I learned something from it. If I just go out there and sleep with it, be one with the roots, dig into the ground and get in there with it, probably. But it's warm if you get deep enough inside of where the worms are. I dreamed of worms last night. It's weird. I don't know why. I was digging earthworms up for some reason. We were splitting the earth open to get these earthworms to do something with them. This guy was like taking his thing. He was actually splitting it open. He's like, "Oh, you get the worms out." I don't know what the fuck we were doing with them though. Were we fishing? Oh, weird. Isn't that weird when you like catch a fragment of one of your dreams all of a sudden? You're like, "What the fuck was I doing?" Okay. I don't even want to know. I don't even want to know anymore. I'm good. Well, not knowing what that one was about. Yeah, you fish with earthworms, but I don't remember anything except for the worms. And it was really weird how we were getting them. He was splitting the earth like with a... And it would like open up like an earthquake. And then he would reach in and get the worms out. That's not how you get them. Is it? Maybe. I've watched too many weird things on YouTube, man. They got this episode where these people are digging out these fish out of mud. There's some kind of mud fish. And they're like dragging these sleds across it and using these special things to try to get these ugly ass fish out of the water. They're so ugly too. They look like predator fish. They look like they eat meat. They're so ugly. You watch enough stuff like that, I guess you start dreaming weird stuff. You know, back in the day, like say 200 years ago, we didn't have the ability to see craziness, like deep sea fish that we know exist nowadays that look like they're from Venus. Like 200 years ago, that the people probably knew those existed, maybe like they wanted washed up on shore, but someone on the other side of the earth who wasn't close to where it had happened wouldn't have any idea that those existed. But nowadays, because of the internet, like information is just, it travels like wildfire. It's just crazy in comparison. Really open things up, man. It allows you to have more like uh, fantasful dreams. I feel movies and TV have allowed that. Like before movies and TV, I wonder if we were able to have the same dreams that we're able to have now. I wouldn't think so because we're able, like we had books, of course. So, but like you, like do you get as much information from books back in the day? Do you think than we do from movies and TVs? It's constant. It's just constant. You don't even have to be like Earl Nightingale said in his books, like it's best to listen to books than to read them because when you read a book, you have to totally concentrate. You can't do two things at once when you're actually sitting down reading a book. But when you're listening to a book, you could be working. You could totally be doing two, three different things and listening to that and get the same information but multitasking. And that's what all this has allowed us to do, therefore allowing us to gather more information while we're not even like trying to. So it's like we're just like sitting there talking to our friends and we're getting the information through our ears and eyes. And the electronic age. I'm rambling. I'm sorry, this fucking the thing ain't starting, y'all. I'm a king rambler. I haven't even smoked yet. Drug trips? Oh yeah, that's true. Drug trips would be different, wouldn't they? Hey, RIP to anybody that was damn man, there was some I hate it when I do that. There was actually weed in here. Damn. Fucking I didn't realize I had it's hard to tell when this thing has weed in it, but when you start cleaning it, it's like, oh shit, that was a dab. Dude, my viewership's not going up though. That's interesting. I didn't realize I was that bad at rambling. Gotta get better at my rambling game. Like we're stuck. We're literally stuck at 16. As if this isn't. Am I lagging out? Is that why? Is it lagging out every now and then? I mean, yeah, I thought this was going to be a pretty big day. First day of the trial. Oh, thanks, Jessica. Thanks for letting me know. It's lagged out a little on my end. I can't tell sometimes. Whatever. I'll smoke and not care so much in a minute, probably. Hopefully. It's not like I do this for viewers or anything. I just do this because I like random 15 people staring at me. That's why I do it. I'll be right back. I gotta get some dabs. My neighbor must hate me though, low key. But it could be worse for him. Honestly, it could be way worse. I'm just a single dude with a fucking dirty ass tree. You know what I mean? Imagine what could be living over here. This is a Mexican neighborhood, dude. This place could have a family with 3 kids stomping around constantly, and you can definitely hear footsteps through from mine to his and his to mine. All kinds of banging. I take a shower like once a day. Sometimes I skip a day even. You know what I'm saying? If this place had 5 people in it, that shower would constantly be running. You know what I mean? Like it would be so much worse. So he can chill out. He can chill out over my fucking tree, dude. Shit. That's how I see it. Remember that one day I had enough money to move out and I started fucking going off over here one day? I was like yelling through the wall and shit. I was, man, I was so ready to move because I had the money to do it. I had the money to get a house at the time. Well, I could do a down payment and I'd have been good before I lost everything. Now I'm quiet again over here. I was getting loud when I had money. Oh well. Oh shit. I let the money change me. Shouldn't the landlord? No, it's we have to take care of the trees. It's in the lease. Good morning, Clint. Hey, Savannah, Tennessee. A brother from another mother. You know I'm from Memphis, right? Does each apartment have? No, it's. I don't live in an apartment, man. I live in a duplex. But it is my tree. Sometimes I wish I lived in an apartment. Honestly, this is damn near the equivalent of it because it was built so long ago. This place, like the 50s or something. So there's like no insulation in between us, and the walls are thin. I either think that he and his family have started whispering over the past couple of years, or he's put up something on his walls that keeps the sound from coming through, which I thought about doing when I first moved in here because I was hearing all their conversations. I don't know if they just stopped talking or what over there, but I don't hear them like I used to. It's weird. I was seriously about to move out because of that, dude, because it's making me super paranoid. They could hear everything I was doing. Not that I was doing anything, but it's just like, it's weird, you know? It's weird when I can't like even right now I'm wondering if they can hear me. I've gotten over it over the years. No, they're still there. Everybody's still alive. You you rarely hear about Mexican killers like that, huh? Serial killer type people. Ay ay ay. That's his taco maker, man. He ain't getting rid of her. No, man, she ain't made me any tacos though since I've lived here, dude. They said they were gonna make me some one time. That never happened. I was looking forward to it.
Yummy.
no. This is like coffee, dude. Okay, especially out of the Puffco. God dang, that tastes delicious. I finally learned how to smoke with this thing. Here's the thing. What you do is you just let it smolder. You let it smolder in there. You don't like hit it and then let it go cool and hit it and let it go cool. You just let it stay the way it is for 2 minutes. That's how you do it. I don't know how to smoke this thing right because it really makes me want to cough, dude. Dude. Like it doesn't. It doesn't look like I'm like, holy shit, I'm sweating now. Dude. That right there. I swear, dude, like if I had to put that same amount on a dab tool and dabbed it on my big ass rig in there, it wouldn't have got me like this, dude. Dude, I gotta blow it up. And the flavor, dude, the flavor that carries, it just sticks. It just sticks, dude. Like the flavor from this is just coated in my mouth and my throat, and it's not tainted by burnt uh, plant matter. You know what I mean? Because whenever you burn plant matter, it creates like this smoky, like this. It's like that. It's not a terpene, and it burns the terpenes and causes them to taste nasty. It changes them. Heat'll change some terpene also into some other chemical and shit, depending on if you get the terpene too hot. It can also change. Heat has the ability to change a terpene into a carcinogenic compound. Yeah, there have been studies on that too. So when you smoke terpenes opposed to vaping them, not only do you change them, but change the flavor profile, but also you could actually be changing the molecule. You could actually be making the terpene something else. Whatever, dude. I'm an idiot. Where's this court case at? Hmm. I fucking flared up bad, dude. This whole side of my mouth, this cheek, oh, it's a fucking war zone, dude. This one, there's nothing on it. Nothing on at all. Perfect. Perfectly fine. My tongue, actually doing very well in comparison. Back of my throat, the dangly thing, feeling alright. This cheek, dude, it's brutal. It's actually brutal. It's as if I just put it and like shoved it into my molars and just said with it or something. Like, it's festering. I did it in my sleeve, or it should heal within the next few days, though, hopefully. I wake up in the middle of the night and I gargle with the Pellegrino to try to debrine it. It helps with the pain. I've been taking the autoimmune medication also. colchicine. But that, yeah, has its other side effects. That is stomach issues. They get stomach issues like bubble gut. And colchicine's actually been around. They've been using that stuff since the Egyptians, man. It's one of the oldest medications on the planet. They get it from, oh man, now I forget. It's from a plant, of course. I got it. Now I'm curious because it's kind of interesting. It's been used for so long. It's like there aren't that many medications that we use today that have been used as long as the one that I take. Here's what they say about it. An ancient drug. Colchicine is a historic treatment for gout that has been used for more than a millennium. Okay, for 1,000 years. My bad. It is the treatment of choice for familial Mediterranean fever and is associated complication amyloidosis. The 2009 FDA approval of colchicine as a new drug had research concept. What is this? Wait, you're going too far into my shit. I want to see. Here we go. History. Oldest remedies still in use today. It is derived from the bulb-like corms of the Colchicum autumnum plant, also known as autumn crocus. Its history as an herbal remedy for joint pain goes back at least to the 1500 BCE Egyptian manuscript. The active ingredient colchicine was isolated in the early 1800s and remains in use today as a purified natural product. In view of the long history of colchicine's use in the medicine, it is perhaps surprising that it was not until 2009 that colchicine was approved by the U.S. Federal Drug Administration. And what does that tell you? Why is it taking them so long to approve mushrooms? Because mushrooms we can grow in our backyard, and mushrooms actually can cure shit and make it so that we don't need the pharmaceuticals anymore. Well, colchicine, they might not have wanted it because it's cheap. It's super cheap. It's one of the cheapest drugs there is because, you know what I'm saying? You just get it from this plant. It's not one of those drugs that have to do a bunch of synthesizing to because the Egyptians were using it. They weren't synthesizing shit. So yeah, it makes sense they didn't want this one approved. Weird though that happened. That was able to happen. Look at that. It's on some. That's amazing. The Ebers. Oh, we looked at this on one day on stream. It was pretty interesting. The Ebers Papyrus is one of the most important medical documents from ancient Egypt. It was produced ca. 1550 BCE and is currently housed in the library of the University in Leipzig, Germany. Or is that Leipzig? Oh well. One of those. Despite its use for thousands of years, colchicine's exact mechanism of action is still being explored. See, they don't actually know how it works completely, apparently. Like, that's pretty wild. Because this was written in 2018. 2019, maybe. Anyway, it's a little bit, it's something to fill the time with that is related to my life. Not just random information, but actually a medication that I take. Not that you really care, but one person might care. What else are you doing? I could just be sitting here staring at a seal going, hi, hi, hi. Hey, what the fuck good does that do for anything? Fuck off. People don't want to learn shit nowadays. They just want to be fucking given attention. Give me attention. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. Say hi. I'm here. I'm leaving. You didn't. Did you say? He said hi. Okay, I'll stay. I'll stay. Fuck you. Ugh. I'm not looking at anybody. Shut up. Oh my god, this lady's knocked down on Valium in the back right now, dude. She's literally she OD'd, dude, on benzos, dude, right now. She's gonna come out drooling on herself. The judge. She can't take the pressure, dude. They should have, man. I don't know, dude. I feel like she's on some type of benzo, either Klonopin, Valium, Xanax. Probably not Xanax though, but maybe she's on something. I'm gonna go with Valium though because she's so calm. It's almost as if she's a psychologist. Too calm. I mean, like, tell you what I don't want to do is date a psychologist ever. I think I started to once, and I was like, oh, this is fucking weird, dude. I bet this bitch is like analyzing me right now. Actually, I even asked her that. I was like, do you have problems like not analyzing people when you're kicking it with them? I forget what her answer was, but I didn't believe her. Well, even if she told me that she didn't, I didn't believe that shit because how could you not? I think we were like in the middle of the eating too when she told me. I was like, oh shit, it's a trap. You know, I feel like it was a Star Wars moment. It's a trap. Get out. Abort. Abort. Doot, doot, doot. I couldn't date a psychologist, dude. I'm sorry. It's just too much. You would always feel like they know, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you could never get in an argument with them because they would always know best about the argument, how to everything about it or something. I don't even know, dude. Or like they'd be like, now, John, you know, like, okay, okay, it's not group therapy time. Sarah, stop it with that shit. I just couldn't do it. I'm surprised that psychologist women are able to get, or even men are able to get married. Because who the hell would want to live with that? Because dude, I feel like psychologists they almost judge people constantly, but they have a degree to do it. What? You know what I mean? Like they have the degree, so they can always just shove that in your face. Like, honey, I it's just what I learned. You know, that's just what I learned in a class. But they'd always be super calm about it while they're like shitting in your mouth. Like this judge, she hasn't shit in anybody's mouth yet, but she's always super calm. I'm waiting on her to get mad. Yo, Toxo, bro, what I do? I do something. She did up to heroin back there, dude. Hey, if you're a judge, you're not getting drug tested. You know what I mean? Like, it ain't like the court's drug testing you. Who's gonna mandate it? You gonna drug test yourself? I hereby. So I'm pretty sure Homeboy was drinking scotch up there in Kenosha. He had a scotch glass, and that thing disappeared a week into the trial. He just stopped. He stopped showing it because I think I wasn't. I'm pretty sure I wasn't the only one that saw it. Good boy, Simon. You're such a good boy. You ate all your food. You ate all. You want to say hi? Huh? Hey, how you doing? Dude, I had to shoo him off of something he was sleeping on this morning. I felt kind of bad about it, but I can't have him doing it, dude, because I have these cushions. They're vicariously balanced on top of each other, and all it's gonna take is like a feather falling on one of them. It's gonna just I'm gonna wake up and have to clean it all up. They're gonna be all over the floor, and the litter boxes down there. They're gonna have it's all the pieces to my couch. I couldn't fit it in here. I didn't know how small this place was, man. I got it off Craigslist. Oh, I feel like I got out of the Sears and Roebuck catalog or something. I didn't know what the fuck I was getting. But if that falls, it's gonna get cat litter dust on it from the floor probably, because that's like where he walks after he gets out of the cat box. And it might get hurt if he jumps up there and it falls. So I had to like startle him whenever like I got him to jump off of it because I had to make him understand, don't jump up here. So hopefully he's not mad at me. I like right after I like shoot him off of it, I was like, it's okay, buddy. I just need you to know not to get up there. It's just not a good. He's got plenty of places to sleep, dude. That's the worst one ever. It's so many cushions. It's a whole sectional's amount of cushions. So you can imagine. They stack all the way to the ceiling. Literally, I have them shoved so that they wedge against the ceiling. So. Yo, score! That was my cushion story from the morning. Hope you enjoyed it. I don't know. She's still not here. My ex-wife's psych major, she was really bad at analyzing it to her. I was leaving her and she got surprised. Did you leave her because she was a psych though? Was that part of her personality? Like it? Because she was too psych-like? Dude, this judge always starts late, honestly. It's this one in particular. Like, the other judge wasn't this bad. Kenosha? This is the worst one so far, I feel, for starting late. She is 43 minutes late. That ain't a little bit late. The other judge might be like 5 or 10 minutes late, granted. Okay, maybe he was a little bit. But this? Bro, the first day of school? It's time, you gotta go. Say bye. I'm sorry. Back there. And she's definitely gonna have computer problems today. And she is going to be scrolling. Here it comes. Watch for the scroll. We're scrollers, me and her. That's something we got in common. And she looks like a ninja too because she's Asian with that mask. I love it. It was like the one from who else was it? Oh, was it the Old Man trial? Was the Limp Bizkit dad trial? Durst, was that dude Asian? Biscuit grandpa. People are leaving because I'm talking. What do you want to hear? Flip the pages, asshole? The fuck, man? I can't hear. I want to hear. Breathe. If that's what you're here for, get the fuck out of here.
Okay, good morning, everyone. All right, in chambers, we went over a number of objections, and I made some rulings. So let's start with the defendant's objections to some of the exhibits that the state wanted to put in. Mr. Ng, did you want to address that?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Gray and I had a chance to go over almost 400 exhibits over the weekend, and we raised objections to several of them for the court's review. I understand the court is making a ruling that some of the exhibits are admissible and some may not be, but we did make an objection to Exhibits 3 and 4, 239, 240, 241, which are Spark of Life exhibits. We object to A, the Spark of Life testimony. We understand the case law, but we respectfully disagree with the Supreme Court's case law on that. Already only one photograph is necessary, and that's why we object to those. We also objected to...
Okay, let me put on the record what my ruling was on that. The state wanted to put in 5 Spark of Life photographs. Minnesota law, of course, allows for that. I decided that the state could put in 3 of them, not the 5.
We also made several objections, Your Honor, to the autopsy photographs and photographs of Mr. Wright's body at the scene. Those would be 41, 113, 120, 125, 175. It's our view that the photographs of a naked body of Mr. Wright were unnecessary to prove that he was shot by a pistol. In particular, some of the photographs with his eyes open are prejudicial and not terribly probative of the issue, which was his cause of death, which we're not disputing that it was caused by a gunshot wound. And we therefore objected to those exhibits.
Would the state like to put its position on the record?
State's
Thank you, Your Honor.
dirty.
We understood the objections to be about certain photographs with the eyes being open. That is a condition of a dead body on occasion. The autopsy, of course, is very relevant to the issues in the case and all of the injuries, and it is simply a photograph of the accurate condition of the body at the time and necessary for the medical examiner's testimony about the cause of death. We therefore believe that the photographs are relevant and necessary, and we opposed on that basis.
All right, I overruled the defense objections to the autopsy photographs. It's necessary for purposes of describing the injuries. Mr. Ng?
We had another issue that I'd like to put on the record, Your Honor. The passenger of Mr. Wright will be testifying today, and the defense seeks to admit exhibit labeled 1004, which is a packet of Xanax tablets. And the purpose of our admissibility, or the reason for the admissibility of the evidence, is that what happened here is that during the stop, Mr. Wright handed a package of Xanax tablets to his passenger and told her to hide the tablets. She then hid the tablets in her perineum. She was taken to the hospital, and at the hospital, a detective from Brooklyn Center was made to sit with her, which is customary, and her conversation with the passenger, she told the detective, Mona Pearson, that he had given, Mr. Wright had given her the pills and that she hidden the pills. We believe this evidence is relevant to show Mr. Wright's consciousness. I mean, is that term we're bandying about in the case, that he was about to flee, that he knew he had an arrest warrant, didn't want the pills to be found on him because once he was in the jail, they would be discovered. We believe this is probative evidence, and it is consistent with our cross-examination of the passenger. We also believe that her statements, the passenger statements, are against her own penal interest because these are Xanax tablets that are not prescribed to anybody and she should not have had. And therefore, when she confessed to Mona Pearson, she was confessing against her own interest. So for all those reasons, we sought to introduce the evidence of this green photograph and also to cross-examine the passenger accordingly.
Would the state like to be heard on its position?
I do, Your Honor. Thank you. It's our position, well, first of all, that the exhibit marked 1004, if the court wants to receive that in the court file only to preserve for the record, should it become an issue on appeal, should not be filed as a public document because it is not an exhibit in the trial. It's just for the appellate record. Secondly, Your Honor, The issue in this case, as you know, concerns the state of mind of Officer Potter when these acts were committed. This court has already ruled that evidence of drugs that were not known to Officer Potter is not admissible or relevant and certainly prejudicial. And that's exactly what this photograph and this line of inquiry is intended to do, is backdoor that through, to impugn Mr. Wright based on this sort of backdoor approach, and that's why it's being brought out now as well, I believe. So we asked the court to follow its previous ruling and its order of October 27, that this evidence is not relevant and is highly prejudicial and likely to mislead and confuse the jury. It simply has no relevance to Ms. Potter's actions. Any claim that it has some relevance to Mr. Wright's actions is technically, I think, irrelevant. His actions are caught on camera, and Officer Potter will presumably testify about why she did what she did, but certainly there's evidence of what happened, and so it's irrelevant for that issue, for that reason as well. So we understand the court is, well, I guess I'll just say we, on those bases, objected to it.
Okay. Yes, I rule that that would not be admitted as evidence. We'll make it a court exhibit should the case be appealed. I previously ruled that any type of evidence with respect to bad behavior on the part of Mr. Wright would not be admissible unless Officer Potter was aware of it at the time of the incident. The key issue in this case was Ms. Potter's state of mind when this happened, and that the Xanax has nothing to do with that issue and would only serve to mislead or confuse the jury. Okay, were there others?
No, Your Honor, but to preserve the record, we will offer as a court exhibit 1004, and we also offer from yesterday court exhibit 1005, which is a photograph of Duante Wright pointing a gun into a mirror. The court has ruled that we can't admit those. How would the court prefer that we file these? Would you prefer we file these under seal or provide them to you?
We'll make them a court exhibit, and you can provide them to Mr. Kramer.
Thank you.
Okay, were there other ones, Mr. Ng?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor,
Yes.
if I may briefly, with respect to the exhibit that has now been identified as Court Exhibit 1005, that was from our discussion, I believe, on Monday about an area of cross-examination that the defense wanted to go into, and the court had made a ruling at that time that that photograph would not be allowed. I can't remember if we made a record about this on Monday, but that's what the Court Exhibit 1005 is. And again, I would ask that that not be filed publicly, but made part of the court file for appellate review.
Right, we dealt with that yesterday, actually, but did not make a record of it. So that will not be admitted, but will be a court exhibit. Okay, anything further from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, is there anything from the state?
Your Honor, we did also deal with objections to Exhibits 29, 30, and 31, defense objections, and we would, I guess just while we're making these records, we might as well that those are, well, 29 is a short video of the passenger, and the other two are photographs of her injuries. The defense did object to those, and the court overruled the objections.
Yes, I'm going to allow the video of the passenger and the video showing her injuries, or the photograph. Okay,
Excuse me, Your Honor.
yes.
With respect to our, the state's objections to our exhibits, we also have the right under the Sixth Amendment to present a defense. And I want to raise that as an issue for appeal if we go there.
Okay,
So we're being denied by the not being able to use these exhibits to present a defense under the Sixth Amendment to the United States Constitution. Thank you.
And, Your Honor, it's well-known case law that while a defendant has a Sixth Amendment right to defend himself, they have to do so within the rules of evidence that this court and courts adopt. So it's not a free-form right, but I understand the counsel's preserving that for the record. But that's the full story.
Okay. Is there anything further that we need to deal with before we get the jury in here?
They're trying to
Your
set
Honor, we
up
did raise two
for
matters
mistrial?
in chambers, and I would like to make a quick record of it if I could.
Sure.
So we had raised a concern that counsel might represent to the jury that if, that the state has to prove Ms. Potter did not, too many double negatives, that the state has to prove Ms. Potter knew she had a handgun in her hand. And if the state can prove that, she is not guilty. We think that's a misstatement of the law, and therefore saying that to the jury would be a misstatement of law to them, inconsistent with the court's own instructions. And we brought that up ahead of time because we didn't want to interrupt for the first time bringing it to the court for an objection. And our understanding of the court's position on this is that the defense can argue that as a theory, as a factual theory, but we will take issue and argue to the jury that that is an incorrect, if it's stated in those absolute terms, that we will dispute that with the jury and, of course, direct them to the court's instructions, which will be an accurate statement of the law. And I don't know if you want me to move on to the next one or...
Okay. I had ruled that the defense is entitled to argue its theory of the case. And the state and the defense both have conflicting views of what their theories are, but I'm not going to constrain the defense from making their arguments. And they, in fact, do have an expert that's going to talk about slip and capture. So, and I've previously ruled that that expert testimony is admissible. Okay, anything further? All right.
Your Honor,
Yes?
we did talk about also the attempts by the defense to offer expert opinions, or what amounted to expert opinions, on the reasonable use of force through fact witnesses. Our understanding of the court's ruling is that the court will allow some inquiry about officers' opinions about whether their training would have allowed them to do what Ms. Potter did, I guess. So we're still, we still take objection to that, Your Honor, as both unqualified and unnoticed expert opinion.
Okay, the officers that will be testifying can testify that they were trained on the use of tasers. They can talk about their training. They are officers and they know about that area, and so I'm not going to preclude them from making those statements when they testify. Okay, anything further from the state?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything further from the defense? Okay. Is counsel ready for the jury?
Your Honor, we would request a short recess.
Oh, okay. How short a recess?
We just need to set up, Your Honor.
Okay. Why don't we take like 5 minutes? Would that be enough? Okay, we'll take 5.
I don't have a 5. Oh my gosh, what to make a 5? They never take 5-minute breaks, whatever. I'm not spending my time making a 5 for it. They never take 5-minute fucking breaks, dude. Doobie 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 do 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 do. That's the ice cream truck song. Man, I need to get Simon some food eventually, but he ate a little bit already. He'll be alright. His food schedule's all off because he got weird. He wasn't eating right. I'm gonna try not putting the joint medication in his food today. Since it said that you can skip a day after they're on it for 4 to 6 weeks. It said you can start skipping a day of it. So I'm gonna try skipping it today and see if he eats his food more. Maybe it builds up to a point and then it like starts bugging them when they get it too much. And you gotta taper off a little bit. I was wondering why it said that. But if that doesn't work, I'm gonna have to take him to the bed. Because he slept in an odd spot last night. He slept in a spot I've never seen him sleep, and that's usually a bad sign. Especially after they aren't eating right. Bro, I got some weird sore on my arm, like I never take a shower or something, but I do. What is that? Fuck, man, that's weird. Right from putting my arm down too much or something. Well, we lost 4 people. What the heck, dude? 4 people didn't want to sit here with me? Man, they just left, dude. It's like they just like walked out the door and didn't even pay. They dine and dashed. You dine and dashers suck. View and dash. 4 people went on recess. Like that's legit. 20% of the viewers. If I lose 4 people at 22, it's a little less than 4 or 20%, like 18% or something, but that's quite dramatic. For them, none of them to say bye hurts. That hurts, man. Cat grass, yeah, maybe. I need to get in there and do that. I think I have some. I just need to do it. Is Bitcoin going to actually start going up now or what? Because I watched this dip in this pump this morning. Oh yeah, that doesn't even smell good anymore. Ew. That smells stank. You guys can do gifts now, right? Or are they not working still? What? I kind of look like Justin Timberlake. What the heck? I lost somebody else once he saw we had the awesome gifts? Fucking loser. What do you mean they aren't working? It just worked. I just watched it work. Are you not paying attention? It was just on the OBS, so that means you saw that. See? If it's on here, it's on there. You see? Watch. I'll show you. No. Hold up. Don't do that. Don't do nothing crazy. Hmm. Did it not work that time? Oh, I didn't see it. Yeah, they're fast, man. They actually trigger pretty freaking fast. I wish they would put them in line. Like they would put it in line, so that they would trigger after each other. Because it takes people's dough even if it doesn't trigger. I think. Not sure though. I just like put in different words to see if it'll come up with something clever. Oh shit. Yeah, we need a drug test, Judge.
Yes, I'm ready for the jury.
Yeah, you just remember drug the judge will do the drug test one. Dude, what's up, man?
members of the jury, please be seated. All right. Jury members, you've been selected to serve as the jury in this case. Before continuing with the trial, an oath will be administered by my clerk. In recognition of the extremely important task that you will be undertaking, I'm going to ask that everyone in the courtroom stand up, with the exception of the court reporter. And if you will please stand up and raise your right hand.
Do you affirm that you will be attentive during this trial and follow the instructions of the judge so that you may reach a fair and just verdict, that you will not discuss this case with anyone until submitted to you for deliberation, and will keep your verdict secret until it is delivered to the court? If so, please say, "I do."
All right, you may be seated. Jury members, you have been selected to serve in this criminal case because the parties believe that you would be fair and impartial jurors to decide this case. It is important that you be able to hear and see everything that takes place during the trial. If you have difficulty hearing or understanding what a witness is saying, or if a witness or an attorney should block your view, please raise your hand immediately so that we can correct the problem. The state of Minnesota has charged this defendant with the crime of manslaughter in the first degree and manslaughter in the second degree. To these charges, Ms. Potter has entered a plea of not guilty. By her plea, the defendant denies the charges which have been made against her and places upon the state of Minnesota the burden of proving defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant is presumed innocent of the charges made. This presumption remains with the defendant unless and until the defendant has been proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. That the defendant has been brought before the court by the ordinary processes of the law and is on trial should not be considered by you as in any way suggesting guilt. The burden of proving guilt is on the state. The defendant does not have to prove her innocence. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is such proof as ordinarily prudent men and women would act upon in their most important affairs. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon reason and common sense. It does not mean a fanciful or capricious doubt, nor does it mean beyond all possibility of doubt. The trial in this case is about to begin. Here are some basic rules about your job as a juror. Your job will be to decide what the facts are in this case by considering the evidence. As judge, I will apply the rules of evidence and tell you what you can and cannot consider as evidence. Well, what is evidence? Evidence is what the witnesses say on the stand. This is called testimony. Evidence can be items like photographs and documents. These items are called exhibits. Evidence can be facts that the parties agree on. This agreement is called a stipulation. What is not evidence? The following is not evidence. Nothing the attorneys say during the trial, including opening statements and closing arguments, is evidence. However, listen to any statements the attorneys make. The statements are made to help you better understand the evidence. The attorney's questions are not evidence. The witness's answers are. Objections are not evidence. Attorneys may object if they think a question or answer is against the rules. I will sustain the objection if I think it is against the rules and you should ignore this question or answer. If I overrule the objection, the answer is evidence like the rest of the witness's testimony. You cannot consider anything you hear or learn about this case outside this courtroom. You must follow the instructions on what you can consider as evidence. You may take notes during the trial, but you do not have to take but you're not required to take notes. Don't let your note-taking distract you. The most important thing for you to do is to listen to the testimony as you hear it. The notes must stay in the courtroom during the trial. You should leave your pen and your notepads on your desks. They'll be there in the morning when you come back and after you come back from lunch. Use your notes as an aid to your memory and not as a substitute for it. Fit the notes in with your total recollection of the facts. A written note does not necessarily make a piece of evidence more important whether you or another juror wrote it down. If at some point in the trial you run out of paper or your pen is no longer working, please alert my staff and we'll take care of that. Wait until you've heard all of the evidence before you make up your mind. Your best guide is your own good judgment, experience, and common sense. You must decide which testimony to believe and how much weight to give it. In deciding this, you may consider the following. Will a witness gain or lose anything if the case is decided a certain way? What is the witness's relationship to the parties? How did a witness learn the facts? How did she or he know, remember, and tell the facts? What was his or her manner? What was his or her age or experience? Does the witness seem honest and sincere? Was the witness frank and direct? Is the testimony reasonable compared with other evidence? And are there any other factors that bear on believability and weight? You must decide the facts. You and only you can decide the facts. Do not take anything I say or do as a sign of what your verdict should be. Once the facts are decided, you must follow the law. You must follow the law even if you don't agree with it. Now, I want to give you a few instructions about your conduct as jurors. Do not let outsiders influence you. Do not discuss this case with other jury members during the trial. You will have plenty of time to do this at the end of the trial once you have heard all the evidence and I've excused you to the jury room with my instructions and the verdict forms. Do not talk to anyone involved in this case. This includes the defendant, the lawyers, and the witnesses. If anyone tries to discuss this case with you outside the courtroom, report this to me or one of my staff. When you go home during the trial, do not talk to your family, friends, or others about the case. You may tell them that you are a juror on a criminal case, and that is all that you should tell them. Do not report your experiences as a juror while the trial and deliberations are going on. Do not email, blog, tweet, text, or post anything to Twitter, Facebook, MySpace, LinkedIn, Google+, YouTube, or any other social networking sites about this trial. Do not visit any chat rooms where this case may be discussed. Do not read or listen to news reports in magazines or in newspapers or on the radio, television, podcasts, or any other media about the case. Do not do your own investigation. Don't ask people about the case. Don't visit any of the locations mentioned in the trial. Do not research anything about the case, including the issues, evidence, parties, witnesses, location, or the law through any form of written, print, electronic, or internet media. Keep an open mind until you have heard and seen all the evidence. Remember, you cannot consider anything you hear or learn about this case outside this courtroom. If you don't follow these instructions, you may jeopardize the trial. This may require that we start all over again, and we really don't want to do that. If you become aware that another juror may have violated these rules, you must report it to me or one of my staff. You know, I know that this can be a difficult thing to do, but in order to preserve the fairness that is guaranteed to everyone involved, it is very important that you do so. Please take note of the chair you are sitting in and keep the same chair throughout the trial. When reporting for jury duty in the morning and returning to the courthouse after lunch, you need to report to the courtroom waiting room that you were in today. Do not communicate with anyone in the hallway if you happen to be out there who is not a member of this jury about any matter. These rules will apply until I dismiss you from the case. I may also repeat these rules when we take a break and when you leave at the end of the day. I don't do this to insult you, but in this age of electronic communication, it's a natural impulse for us to all look things up, to discuss things that we're doing with our friends and family, and post things on the internet. It is not, however, an impulse we can follow in this trial. Once we've completed this trial and you've given your verdict, and I have discharged you from the case, you will be free to do any research you choose and to share your experiences if you choose to do so. If you have a question I want to remind you again, you want to communicate with the court, please alert my staff. During the trial, of course, if you have any difficulty seeing or hearing, please raise your hand or make my staff aware of that. I will be instructing you on the law more fully after the testimony has been completed. I want to give you a broad outline of what this trial will look like. First of all, the attorneys will be making their opening statements. The purpose of the opening statement is not to argue about the evidence. The attorney's goal is just to give you a bird's eye view of what that attorney believes the evidence will show. After opening statements, the state is going to proceed first with its case in chief. After each state witness is called, the defense has a right to cross-examine. After all state's witnesses are called, the defense has the right to call witnesses as well, and the state has the right to cross-examine defense witnesses. Remember that the defendant is not required to prove her innocence. She is not required to call any witnesses. After the defense has called its witnesses, I will be giving you, the state may have rebuttal witnesses, and then I will give you your instructions of law that you are to apply in rendering your verdict. Following that, the attorneys will make their final arguments to you. Okay. Would the state like to proceed with this opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Police officers occupy unique positions of power and responsibility in our society. They hold positions of public trust, and they commit themselves to public service. They are accountable to the communities that they serve. And Brooklyn Center police officers are no exception. Their fundamental duty is to protect the sanctity of life. To do this job, the job of a Brooklyn Center police officer, they promise to safeguard lives. They promise to serve and protect, to maintain calm and develop self-restraint, and to be constantly mindful of the welfare of others. They promise never to employ unnecessary force or abuse. This is the oath of a Brooklyn Center police officer. I will never betray my badge, my integrity, my character, or the public interest. I will always have the courage to hold myself and others accountable for our actions. This is the standard they hold themselves to, and they take an oath to do so. Their duty to their badge and to the community is to protect life, not to take life. Now, they are also required to abide by a code of ethics. This serves as a type of compact or an agreement between each of the officers and the public that they serve. It sets forth what the community, what the public should expect from each and every one of them. It affirms that the badge is a symbol of public faith and public trust, and that the officers are each individually responsible for their own professional performance. And they each vow to take every opportunity to enhance and improve the level of their knowledge and competence. These officers carry deadly weapons every day on the job, and they receive extensive training in order to carry them. They're trained professionals. They're entrusted by the public with these weapons. Every day they put on their uniforms and they go to work, and they go to work out on the streets of our communities. They're trained to do this job. They're trained to interact with people of all walks of life, trained to interact with people in crisis, trained to interact with people on their worst days, trained to interact with people who may very well not want to interact with them at all. And every day that they go to work, they're required to be alert, attentive, and capable of performing their duties. Every day that they strap on that duty belt with their guns and their tasers, they have to be alert, attentive, and capable. And every day they do this, we entrust them with our lives. These officers have the responsibility to be mindful and attentive and acutely aware of the weapons that they carry and the risks associated with those weapons. They have the responsibility to follow their duty and their training when it comes to those weapons, and they have the responsibility to carry those weapons and use those weapons appropriately. We trust them not to use those weapons rashly or recklessly, and we expect not to be shot dead on the street for no reason. We expect them not to betray their badge, and we expect them to uphold their oath. We trust them to know wrong from right and left from right. This case is about an officer who knew not to get it dead wrong, but she failed to get it right. This case is about the defendant, Kimberly Potter, betraying her badge and betraying her oath and betraying her position of public trust. And on April 11th of this year, she betrayed a 20-year-old kid. She pulled out her firearm, she pointed it at his chest, and she shot and killed Duante Wright. Now, the defendant was a 26-year veteran of the Brooklyn Center Police Force. For 26 years, she went out on the streets with the obligation to serve and protect. She had those same duties and those same responsibilities as every other Brooklyn Center police officer. That same fundamental duty to protect the sanctity of life and to safeguard life. She was bound by the same rules, the same policies, and she was bound by the same code of ethics. And you'll hear about the Brooklyn Center policies. We'll touch on those a little bit. And you'll hear about the defendant's training on things like the use of force, the use of firearms, and the use of a taser. And you'll hear she was trained not to use unnecessary force. She was trained not to shoot an unarmed driver. She was trained not to fire into a vehicle. And she was also trained not to use her taser on a fleeing suspect. And she was trained to be aware of the differences between her gun and her taser. And importantly, she was also trained about the risks of pulling the wrong weapon, and that drawing and firing the wrong weapon could kill someone. Now, you'll learn about her firearm. It's a 9mm Glock handgun. And you'll hear about how the Brooklyn Center Police Department uses hollow point ammunition as their standard ammunition. That's the kind of ammunition that expands on impact. It peels back the metal in layers when it hits its target. Now, this peeling action, it can slow down a bullet, but it can also cause extensive damage to the body in that way. This is a common type of ammunition used by law enforcement. And not only will you hear about the ammunition and the firearm, you'll hear about her taser, a Taser 7. Now, a taser is a conducted energy weapon that shoots out 2 probes when you press the trigger. And those probes are supposed to attach to the skin and deliver an electric shock. And they do this because they're designed to incapacitate someone through something called neuromuscular incapacitation. And basically what that means is your muscle seize up so you can't move. And they can also be used to inflict pain. And you'll hear about the weapons from the witnesses in this case. But every day that the defendant, Kimberly Potter, went to work, she strapped on her duty belt with her gun and her taser and all of the other options available to her on that belt. And every day she put on her duty belt, she carried her weapons in the same way. She carried her Glock, her firearm, on her right side. The defendant is right-handed. She carried it on her right side, her dominant side. And she carried her taser on her left side, her non-dominant side. Something you might also hear referred to as her reaction side in some of these policies. She was trained to carry her weapons in this way, and she was trained on how to use them and how not to use them. And you will hear about that training, and you will learn that she had firearm training and taser training every single year. She had to be requalified on her firearm every year. She had to be tested and recertified on her taser every year in order to carry it. And she had additional training just a month before this incident. On March 2nd of 2021, she passed all the requirements to be certified on this Taser 7. Now, before I cover all the details of the policies and what happened with her training, I'm going to talk a little bit about Duante Wright and the events of April 11th of this year. Duante Wright was Katie Bryant and Aubrey Wright's first child together. He was their first son as a couple, and he lived at home with his parents and his two younger sisters, Diamond and Destiny. And he had 6 siblings in total. It was a large, blended family. A large family with a lot of love to go around. Duante Wright also had dreams for his future. When he was little, he wanted to be a professional basketball player. Who doesn't? And as he got older, he had a number of jobs in retail, food service. And you'll hear that he spent some time working with his dad at the same shoe store. And not long before his death, he had plans to enroll in a trade school to pursue a career at Summit Academy. Now, Duante Wright also had a son of his own, Duante Jr. Duante Jr. was 1 year old at the time of this incident, a toddler, now fatherless. And on April 11th, Duante Wright himself was just 20 years old, just out of his teens, still had a close relationship with his mother. And he had a new baby boy, a loving family, and his whole adult life ahead of him. Now, on April 11th, Duante Wright went to his parents' house. His mother, Katie Bryant, was watching his son, Junior, on that day. And Duante Wright had recently been given the family car, a white Buick, as his own. And he was excited about that. And after getting this car, that was now his own, he wanted to get a car wash. That's what his plan was for April 11th. So his mom, Katie Bryant, gave him some money, and he left with his girlfriend, Elena Albrecht Payton, in the car. He headed out, and he later called his mom to figure out where he should go, which car wash was the right one. But he didn't make it. He never made it to the car wash that day. And he never made it home. Why? Because he was shot dead in his car in the middle of the day by the defendant. Now, what was the defendant doing on April 11th? On April 11th, the defendant had been a police officer for longer than Duante Wright had been alive. On April 11th, the defendant was acting as a field training officer, FTO. She was training in a new officer whose name is Officer Lucky. And on April 11th, while out on patrol, the defendant and Officer Lucky saw an air freshener, a little tree, hanging from the rearview mirror of Duante Wright's car. And they decided to stop the vehicle. Yes, for the air freshener. But as they stopped the car, they also noticed the tabs were expired. But this was a run-of-the-mill traffic stop. This is the kind of stop that happens every day. So after they pulled over this white Buick that Duante Wright was driving, it was Officer Lucky, the trainee, who initially approached the car. Officer Lucky approached the car. He made contact with Duante Wright, and the defendant stayed back in the squad and observed from a distance. Officer Lucky interacted with Duante Wright. He explained the reason for the stop. And Duante Wright gave Officer Lucky his information. He gave him his name. He gave him his full name, including his middle name, his date of birth, his address, his brother's name. He He answered all the questions that were asked of him. And then Officer Lucky took that information back to the squad car and talked to the defendant. And when Officer Lucky returned to the squad car, what had scared 20-year-old Duante Wright do? He called his mom. And in these COVID times, the tabs had not been updated. He didn't have an up-to-date license. He didn't have a proper insurance card. And he was trying to figure out the situation. So he called his mom for help. And back at the squad car, Officer Lucky acknowledged to the defendant that Duante Wright had been forthcoming with him. And he told the defendant that he believed that Duante Wright was telling him the truth. He then ran the name through their system, and the defendant, who's his trainer, corrected him. The defendant corrected Officer Lucky when he entered the name in the wrong way. And once they ran the name, the defendant and Officer Lucky found, yes, in fact, that Duante Wright had an outstanding warrant for a failure to appear on a gross misdemeanor weapons violation. So in the squad car, the defendant and Officer Lucky, they discussed their plan, and they decided to arrest Duante Wright on that warrant. And the defendant in the squad corrected Officer Lucky a second time when he code 4'd himself too early. Code 4 being just giving the all clear before he had that information completely from their system on the warrant. And while they're having this conversation, Sergeant Johnson, another Brooklyn Center Police Department officer, came on scene. And he approached the squad, talked to Officer Lucky and the defendant about what was going on. They filled him in. They did not express concerns for their safety. They did not decide to approach the car with guns drawn. They simply decided to arrest Duante Wright on the warrant. This was nothing out of the ordinary for the defendant, a 26-year veteran of the Brooklyn Center Police Department. And on this day, she was training Officer Lucky. She was responsible for showing him the proper way to do things as a Brooklyn Center police officer. And she did not direct Officer Lucky to approach the vehicle any differently than he had before. So Officer Lucky walked back to the driver's side of the Buick where Duante Wright was. And the defendant got out of the squad but stood back to watch. Officer Lucky asked Duante Wright to put his phone on the dash, asked him to step out of the car, and Duante Wright complied. Now, when Officer Lucky began to handcuff Duante Wright and told him that there was a warrant and that he was under arrest, that was when scared Duante tried to get away. He tried to get back in the car. He tried to leave. Duante Wright was unarmed. He had no weapon. He was not violent. He did not threaten the officers in any way. He didn't reach for anything. He got in the car, put his hands on the steering wheel. He didn't come at the officers, didn't throw any punches, didn't kick anyone. He just pulled away, got back in the car, while Officer Lucky was trying to maintain his grip on Duante Wright's clothing to pull him back out. So Duante puts his hands on the steering wheel, he puts his foot down on the brake, he does the things that you do to get ready to drive a car. At that point, Officer Lucky reaches in from the driver's side and tries to turn off the car, and meanwhile, Sergeant Johnson, who has approached on the passenger side, grabs Duante Wright's right arm, right hand from the passenger side of the vehicle to try to get control of him. But he kept his feet planted firmly on the ground. He tried to turn off the car from that side, tried to get Duante Wright under control. So Officer Lucky and Sergeant Johnson continued to engage. Now, at that point, the defendant approached the vehicle behind Officer Lucky. She intervened and she interfered. Officer Lucky was her trainee and she was the FTO. So she was the one who determined how this stop would go. She was the 26-year veteran. She was the officer in charge. And it was her job to show Officer Lucky how it's done. And what did she show him? She showed him how to kill someone. Now, as soon as she gets involved, she escalates the situation. She acts rashly and impetuously. She draws her firearm. She draws it with her right hand from the right side of her duty belt, where she's always kept her gun. She draws it with her finger on the trigger. And she points it directly at Duante Wright's chest. Now, at the same time, there are two other officers, as you can see here, with hands on or interacting with Duante Wright. Officer Lucky is to the front of her and sometimes to the side, and Sergeant Johnson on the other side of the vehicle. And Duante Wright's girlfriend, Elena Albrecht Payton, is in the passenger seat, right next to him. They're all within a few feet of the muzzle of the defendant's gun. Now, the defendant says, "I'll tase you." And then she says again, "I'll tase you," a second time. And then, "Taser, taser, taser," which prompts the officers to let go of Dante's arms and then disengage. But she points the gun at Duante for more than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.5 seconds. Aims, pulls the trigger, and fires into his chest. And when she pulled that trigger, these people were all still around him, including these two other officers, Officer Lucky and Sergeant Johnson on the other side, and Elena Albrecht Payton in the passenger seat. And when she pulls that trigger, she fires directly under Officer Lucky's face, with Officer Lucky's arm reaching over the top of where her gun is. When she pulls that trigger, Duante Wright is in the driver's seat of that car. He has his foot off and on the brake, and the car is running on a busy street in the middle of the day. She did all this despite her training. She had been trained year after year after year to prevent this kind of thing from happening, but she did it anyway. Now, after she shot Duante Wright, the defendant admitted she had messed up big time. Here's what she said. Shit, I just shot him. I grabbed the wrong fucking gun and I shot him. I'm going to go to prison and I killed a boy. Now, I'm going to play for you now a short clip, a short video clip of some of the evidence that you'll see in this case. It's a composite. It's two videos on the screen at the same time. One is a clip from the defendant's own body-worn camera, and one is the squad camera. They're synced up for you so you can see. But this is just a very small portion of what you'll see in this trial. This just shows the few seconds around this incident.
Hey guys, thanks for liking the stream. It helps. We're hurting right now.
Alright, I'll continue.
Sam, step on.
out of the way so you can see.
Okay, so you already been arrested.
You got a warrant.
You have a warrant. Don't. I'm not doing that. Don't. You're saying stuff, bro. Don't do it. Don't do it. Hey, don't.
I'll tease you! I'll tease you! Taser!
Ah, he shot me.
Oh, my shit! I just shot him.
Didn't hit him.
Yes! I grabbed the wrong fucking gun! I shot him! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Members of the jury, there is no do-over when you walk the streets with a loaded firearm. When you're entrusted with a deadly weapon as part of your job, there's no do-over when you take a young man's life. Now, this was exactly what she had been trained for years to prevent. But on April 11th, she betrayed her badge and she failed Duante Wright. Now, after the defendant shot him, Duante Wright's car traveled about a block down the street. It crossed the median and it hit another vehicle that was traveling in the opposite direction.
Oh, shit.
And you'll hear from Patricia Lundgren, who was driving that other vehicle. She and her husband were coming down the road when they were hit by Duante Wright's car. And you'll also hear from Elena Albrecht Payton, the passenger who was riding with Duante Wright. And she'll tell you about the crash and the injuries she suffered. Now, you'll also see and hear about the fact that after the defendant shot Duante Wright and the car crashed a block away, she didn't do anything to help him. She didn't call for assistance. She didn't render aid. She didn't communicate any information about what had happened to her fellow officers who were responding. And when they showed up down the block, they didn't know that Duante had been shot. Duante Wright had been shot. They didn't know that the defendant had shot him. And they didn't know what they were dealing with at all. So almost 10 minutes later, a small army of officers approach with guns drawn and drag Duante Wright's dead body out of the car at gunpoint. And the defendant did nothing. You'll also hear from paramedics that Duante Wright was declared dead on scene. And then the BCA arrived to investigate the matter. And the medical examiner's office came and they collected the body. There was no bringing him back.
Hey, Nelly,
You'll hear
go
from
away.
the medical examiner,
I don't
the
like
assistant
you.
medical examiner in this case, who conducted the autopsy, Dr. Jackson. And he'll tell you about his examination, his autopsy procedure, and his findings in this case. And you'll see photos of Duante Wright's injuries. And you'll see that gunshot wound that tore through his heart. Dr. Jackson will also tell you that he recovered a projectile from Duante Wright's body, the bullet, after it ripped through his insides and got lodged in his chest wall. And he'll describe for you the condition that it was in, that peeling back of that metal, and how that's consistent with a hollow point bullet. And he'll also tell you about his findings on cause and manner of death. The cause of Mr. Wright's death was a gunshot wound to the chest, and the manner of Mr. Wright's death was homicide. You'll also hear from a use of force expert in this case, who will tell you about the use of the weapons at issue here. And he'll tell you that it was objectively unreasonable for the defendant to use her firearm. And he'll tell you that even the use of the taser would have been unwise under these circumstances. Members of the jury, I'd like to take a moment to discuss what this case is not about. It's not about intent to kill. That's not why you're here today.
Objection argument.
The objection is overruled. You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. The judge will give you the law, and she'll give you instructions on the law to apply at the end of this case. But intent is not an element of any of the charges at issue here, and it's not something that the state will have to prove. That the defendant didn't intend to kill Mr. Wright, or that she didn't mean to shoot him with her gun, if you hear those things, they have nothing to do with the charges at hand. Indeed, if the defendant had meant to do these things, if she had meant to shoot her gun into Duante Wright's body, we would be talking about intentional murder and not the charges at hand.
Pretty sure she's done,
And that's
dude.
not the case you have
She's
before
done.
you.
She's done.
The defendant is not charged with intentional murder. No one will say that she wanted him dead. No one will say that she wanted this to happen. And no one is even saying that she meant to shoot him with her gun. But the evidence will show that's what she did. She fired her gun at point-blank range into Duante Wright's
She's
chest.
going to prison.
She unholstered her weapon. She drew it. She aimed it. She pointed it directly at Duante Wright. And she pulled the trigger, and she shot him in the chest. And she did those things without bothering to confirm what was in her hand. Firing a weapon, blindly assuming it to be a taser, after drawing the wrong weapon from the wrong side. She did all those things with a gun. That's what she actually did. A gun loaded with hollow point bullets. The kind that expand on impact, the kind that tear up someone's insides. She did this with a firearm that she was issued, that was part of her job, that she was entrusted to carry in the course of her duties, to serve and protect. So as a result of all of this, the state has charged 2 crimes. First-degree manslaughter and second-degree manslaughter. And again, the law you will apply will come from the judge at the end of this case. But these charges are in the realm of recklessness and culpable negligence. Those terms will be defined for you by the court later. But the law in Minnesota criminalizes all kinds of reckless conduct. Things like reckless driving, reckless child endangerment, reckless handling of a firearm, and in certain cases, manslaughter. And that is what this case is about. It's about the reckless handling of a firearm, and it's about the disregard of known risks. It's about an officer who knew she could kill someone if she got it wrong, but she failed to make sure she got it right. You may also hear at some point during this case, this incident might be described as an unfortunate mistake or a tragic accident. Or that because the defendant didn't know she had a gun in her hand, that this should be called an accident and not a crime. And again, the law you will apply will come from the judge. Those are the instructions that you will follow. But that's simply not the case.
Counsel,
Members of the jury.
please stick to the facts.
This case is also not about Duante Wright. Duante Wright.
Just his argument, I object. She's given her opening statement, now she's arguing her case.
I'd like you to just stick with a bird's eye view of the facts that you think will go in, and no argument, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. You'll hear about the training. You'll hear about the policies. There will be evidence of all of those things presented in this case. And I'm going to highlight some of those things for you. The defendant's history of training over a 26-year period as a Brooklyn Center police officer will be evidence in this case that you will have to consider in the connection with the charges at issue. Now, over the course of her career, the defendant received extensive training on a variety of topics, year in and year out. She had training on firearms, training on tasers, training on use of force, and that included all types of things. Readiness to use force, scenario-based training, so real-life type situations where you have to react under stress, choose the right type of weapon, choose the appropriate response. She was trained to do all this under stressful conditions. Trained to maintain calm, manage stress, and make those decisions in the moment, out on the street. But the evidence will show that she flouted her training and she flouted policy. I'm going to give you a highlight of some of those policies and trainings. Now, when it comes to firearms, she was required to successfully complete training on her firearm every year. She had to be requalified, in addition to the quarterly training she received. And she was also instructed by policy that she should not unnecessarily display or handle any firearm. That's part of the policy. The use of force policy instructs officers they shall only use the amount of force that reasonably appears necessary in a particular situation.
Right.
There's also policy on moving vehicles and how officers should use or not use their firearms in those situations. And that policy indicates that an officer should only discharge a firearm at a moving vehicle or its occupants if deadly force other than the vehicle is directed at the officers or others. Policy also says that officers should not utilize firearms during an ongoing pursuit unless the conditions and circumstances meet the requirements for deadly force. There's also policy on de-escalation, that officers should use non-violent strategies and techniques to decrease the intensity of a situation, to improve decision-making, to improve communication, and to reduce the need for force. Now, in addition to training on policy and training on firearms and use of force, you'll hear about policy on tasers. And the policy on tasers for Brooklyn Center is known as conducted energy device policy. And policy says that the purpose of the taser is to control violent suspects as opposed to fleeing suspects. And that appropriate use should result in fewer serious injuries to both officers and suspects. And you will see that mere flight from a pursuing officer is not good cause for the use of a taser. And you will also learn that Brooklyn Center policy says that the use of a taser should be avoided where collateral injury might result. Collateral injury, meaning someone else could get hurt or killed. And that includes on individuals who are operating vehicles. You'll also hear that tasers require training as well in order to carry them. That in order to carry a taser, officers have to complete successfully their department training. Now you'll learn that policy also dictates how those should be carried in a reaction side holster. Again, that's the non-dominant side, on the opposite side of the duty weapon. It also requires that those items be distinctly marked, that they look different, and that officer should not hold them both at the same time. And we'll talk about some of those differences, and you'll hear about them during the course of the trial. Now, you'll see in this picture the defendant's taser, taser 7, up top in yellow, and the Glock 9mm handgun pictured at the bottom. And you'll hear about the differences between these two items. The color, for one, well, it sounds like stating the obvious, perhaps. The taser is bright yellow, the Glock is black. The differences in weight you will learn about. Now, the taser weighs 0.94 pounds, and the Glock, the firearm, when loaded with 17 rounds of ammunition, it weighs 2.11 pounds. That's more than twice as much. Now, you'll also hear about the differences in safety, in the display, and the laser that comes on the taser, and the holster location. And I'll talk about those things too. Now, when it comes to the safety, a safety is just a mechanism or a button of some kind, a switch in some cases, that makes a weapon inoperable. And the Taser 7 has a safety on the side that you have to flip up right there in order to arm the device. It has to be engaged. And the Glock, the firearm, has no safety switch like that. It has a trigger safety. So basically, you pull the trigger on the Glock and it fires. Now, when it comes to the display, well, when you flip up the safety on a taser, it arms the device. It means it's ready to use. And when you do that, when that switch is lifted up, three things happen. A display screen comes on the back of the taser. Green and red laser lights appear coming out of the front of the taser, and they appear on the target that you're aiming at. And the flashlight also turns on. And that display screen is pictured here on the back of the taser. It faces the operator who's holding it. The person holding the taser sees this display screen when it's on. And the lasers, the top laser comes out of the top cartridge, a green laser light that appears on the target, showing where that top prong would deploy. And depending on which cartridge you're using, one of two red laser lights appears. But there's a green light and a red light that appear on the target when you aim the taser after it's been armed. Now, you'll also see for yourselves and hear about the defendant's duty belt that holds her gun and her taser holsters. Now, on the right of the screen is the taser in its holster. The taser holster is made of plastic. It has a latch right here that has to be depressed. You have to push down on a button to release the taser from its holster. You press down on that button and then rock the taser backward. The taser has to lean back, rock back, to be pulled up and out of the holster. Now, the firearm holster, which is on the left side here, empty in this photograph, is made of a soft leather-like material, and it has a snap that just releases, and the gun comes straight out. Now, as you saw before, taser and firearms have to be holstered in different ways pursuant to policy. The policy requires that the taser be carried on the reaction side, the non-dominant side. And the firearm, the gun, is carried on the dominant side. In this case, the defendant's right hand side is where she kept her gun. Her left side is where she kept her taser. Now you'll hear about that requirement. The policy requires that officers carry those weapons on separate sides of their body. Officers are given a choice when it comes to how those tasers are positioned on their non-dominant side. Now, the choice is a cross draw or a straight draw. Now, for a cross draw, the officers use their right hand, reach over the body with the right hand to pull out the taser. In that situation, as pictured in the top here, the butt of the grip points forward to make that cross motion so that the officer would pull that taser with that right hand in a case as pictured here. Now, the defendant had her holster set up in a straight draw. The added protection of having the taser come out with her left hand. When a taser is positioned on the left side of the body in a straight draw, the butt of the gun points backward, and the officer has to rock the taser out and pull it up with the left hand. Straight draw taser is to be drawn with the left hand. The defendant had her duty belt and her holsters positioned so that she would have to draw her taser with her left hand. Now, the defendant had chosen this setup and this additional protection in the way that she carried, and she had done this consistently for years, and you'll see evidence of that. She carried in a straight draw position in 2016, left side straight draw. 2017, left side straight draw. 2018, left side straight draw. 2019, left side straight draw. 2020, again, left side straight draw, including April 11th of this year, left side straight draw. She had her taser positioned on her left side, as required by policy, with the added protection of straight draw, pulling it with her left hand. Her Glock, her firearm, again, by policy, on the right side of her duty belt. So the only weapon she draws with her right hand is her gun, not her taser. You'll hear about policy on targeting when it comes to the taser as well. Policy says that officers should target lower center mass, but they should avoid the head, the neck, the chest, and the groin, sensitive areas of the body. And you'll also hear about taser training and how the policy requires training, and you'll hear about the training that they go through as well. But the training is required to include performing reaction hand draws or cross draws, which is not applicable to her, to reduce the possibility of accidentally drawing and firing a firearm. Policy requires that when they are trained, they practice. They practice drawing that taser with that left hand with a straight draw. It's required by policy. You'll see some of those records, the records of the defendant's training. Every year she received classroom training, hands-on training, and instruction, practice on this taser, on the tasers that she was issued, and that included the recent certification. In 2015, she was trained and certified. In 2016, she was trained and certified. In 2017 and 2018, she was trained and certified. And in addition, she had to acknowledge that she had received the product warnings and that she had understood those warnings at the time that she was recertified on her taser. And she acknowledged receiving them every year she was trained. This is 2019 and 2020, and you'll see those records. And again, in that most recent training, March 2nd, 2021, she once again acknowledged receiving and understanding those product warnings. Now these trainings, like the one on March 2nd, also include reviewing the PowerPoint presentations, demonstrating safe handling, performing de-escalation arcs. Basically, being able to use these tasers in safe ways. And again, on March 2nd, 2021, she indicated that she understood and received the warnings. The Axon product warning. Axon is just the parent company for Taser. She understood those warnings. And what did those warnings say? They said, confusing a handgun with a CEW, a taser, could result in death or serious injury. Learn the differences in the physical feel and holstering characteristics between your CEW, taser, and your handgun to help avoid confusion. Always follow your agency's guidance and training. And those PowerPoints in that training that she went through continued to remind officers of those risks. Those PowerPoints that she had to sit through to be certified every year included that tasers are not risk-free. They can cause death or serious injury. The PowerPoints themselves set forth that the course attendees, the officers, had to acknowledge that they had read and understood that taser warning that you just saw. They included that tasers are serious weapons and should be treated as such. This was all part of the training. And over the years, they also talked about the benefits and the risks with respect to the way that you carry your taser. And they specifically had in their training that the benefits of carrying a taser on the non-dominant side had associated issues. That includes, let me rephrase. If you carry your taser on the dominant side, if you're right-handed and you carry your taser on the dominant side, they had instructed their trainees there's a higher risk of weapon confusion. They talked about the risk of weapon confusion in those trainings. They explained that there were known incidents of shootings by mistaken weapon confusion. This was part of the training going back at least as early as 2016. They trained that you could kill someone, and there were incidents of shootings when you made the mistake and pulled the wrong weapon. And so they explained why it makes sense to carry your taser on the other side of your body. And they direct officers to refer to your department's tactical experts and make your own policy on how to carry, holster, and deploy. They instructed about the known risks. Those risks also included instruction on risks of injury to people operating vehicles or machinery, and risks if someone is tased in the heart or chest area. Those trainings also included smart use considerations. And those smart use considerations explain that if there's no immediate safety risk, slow down and consider alternative force options. And they explain that physical resistance alone does not equal an immediate safety risk. The training materials themselves tell you to reevaluate. The training materials also tell officers to be aware, to be careful, and to be aware of stress and how stress can influence these situations. And they instruct that officers have been accused of using excessive taser exposures due to stress or distractions. Be alert and avoid potential distractions. This is part of the training. And they talk about where to target, where you should aim the taser if you're using it. The trainings say to target the back, that the back is the most preferred target area. And that's because it contains larger muscle groups and reduces the risk of hitting sensitive body areas. And it tells you on the front, you should, if you have to, tase at the front, tase below the chest, split the belt line increase that distance between those probes so you don't tase near the heart and you don't tase the chest. And the reason for that is there are cardiac risks associated with tasing someone in the chest. So the training materials say, target the back, avoid the chest, avoid the heart region. And the taser training materials also say that historically, over time, these deployments have been most effective from 7 to 15 feet away. Use this distance where you can to have a higher hit probability, good probe spread, if you want these items to be effective and to achieve that neuromuscular incapacitation. Because they may not work if you don't have the appropriate distance between your probes. The taser training materials also talk about a spark or functionality test. The training materials say that a full 5-second spark or functionality test should be conducted once every 24 hours. That's in the training materials. It's also in the policy. And you'll hear evidence that the defendant failed to spark test her taser for the 2 days prior to this incident.
Go away, go away.
You'll hear that she didn't do that, even though it was required by policy. And even these these slides on spark testing explain that you should be aware of potential stress. And over again, throughout the years, every time she's seeing these slides, she's seeing that the tasers are not risk-free. That repeated messaging. Big letters. Read the warnings. Understand them. Understand that tasers can cause death or serious injury. Understand the risks of weapons confusion. But the evidence will show that the defendant flouted that training and she disregarded her fundamental duty to safeguard life. I killed a boy. I killed a boy. Those were the defendant's words. That's what she said after she did what she did. On April 11th of this year, the defendant shot and killed Duante Wright, a 20-year-old who had an air freshener hanging from his rearview mirror. A kid in a Heartbreaker jean jacket. But on April 11th of this year, Duante Wright was not the Heartbreaker. It was Duante Wright who had his heart broken. And it was the defendant who broke Duante Wright's heart when she fired a hollow point bullet straight into his chest. Thank you.
Dude, there are never really prosecuting
Okay, members of the
attorneys.
jury, we're going to take a 20-minute break
Before-
before the defense has an opportunity to do an opening statement. Okay, so 20 minutes.
Like, you never hear of a prosecuting attorney that's like, hey man, you don't want that guy against you. He's always right. He always gets us. He always gets everybody. But there's a defense attorneys that are like, man, that guy can get you off. You know, he can get you off. So it's true of how like prosecuting attorneys are like that, but defense, aren't like that, but defense are. Prosecuting attorneys are like, I don't know, dude. I guess that would depend on if they're taking on like stuff that they can't win. Too much stuff, taking on too much stuff, or not doing enough plea bargains. Trying to take them all to the, take it to the limit. Take it to the edge. Limit. Take it to the limit. Oh man, you suck. They're gonna make me find it that way? Oh, because that's the name of it. Is that the original? It sounds so cheesy. Hold up. It's okay. It's okay. They could wait to call me in the morning. Or whatever he said.
Past the point of no return, you reach the top, but still you gotta learn how to keep it. Hit the wheel and double the stakes. Throttle wide open like the bat out of hell. You crash the gates. Going for the back of beyond. Nothing gonna stop you. There's nothing that strong. So close now, you're nearly at the brink. So push it. Ooh yeah. Take it maybe one step more. The power game's still playing, so you better win it.
Oh, this is cash, dude. Pushed it to the limit, I think.
With no one left to stand in your way, you might get careless, but you'll never be safe while you're living.
Bro, and this thing is cash, so it stinks. It's got this.
Standing on the razor's edge. Don't look down, just keep your head or you'll be finished.
By the way, while this trial's going on, do something. Be productive. Multitask. I'm over here learning Lightroom, Adobe Lightroom, and how to mask things. Because I use Lightroom for the Instagram photos. But now, since this isn't going, I'm conversing, I'm doing stuff. I'm not just getting high here. I'm cleaning the thing out, and maybe somebody will want to smoke with me. I don't fucking know. I'm doing shit here for the people. I'm being proactive. I'm productive. I'm like a little sperm that could, you know. I'm gonna make it inside that egg. You know what I'm saying? I'm getting in there. There's so many of them. Only so many make it in. I did it. I did it. Hey, you did it too, man. We all did it. Your sperm did it. The one that did it. So you are it. You're the one. You're the sperm, man. You're the fucking sperm. Sweet. That was you when you were a little baby. You were a tadpole. We all started off as that, man. That's some trippy shit. I don't remember that part. I wish I could remember that part. I want to have dreams about it and, like, you know what I'm saying, reminisce on it. Like, man, hey, man, damn, I miss being a sperm. We were swimming around happy as fuck. Man, we didn't give a fuck. We trying to get that egg, though. Once we saw that egg, we started tripping out. Me and Leroy were like, oh! But before that, we were just like, doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Oh, wait, man, what is like, God, man, what would be a sperm again? That's carefree, swimming through the fluid. Man, to be a sperm again. As soon as we saw that fucking egg, man, Leroy and I, we started playing and everything. We just tried to eat it. We couldn't stop eating it. I was hungry all of a sudden. I don't know what the fuck, man. The egg had powers. We saw it. All of us went for it. I don't know what happened. We were having a good old time. We were swimming. It was fun. It was warm. I was loving it. I think everybody else was loving it. Everybody was happy. We were going. That's the noise we made. And now it's yeah. We're like, man, where are they at? I miss those people. My friends. Those are my OG friends back in the day. My little sperm friends. They were always there for me if I needed them. See, time traveled differently back then, because when you're that small, like a second is like a month. So, I mean, we were together for a while, and the balls and everything, we chilled in there, and then we had the roller coaster ride when we went into the abyss, and then we saw the egg, and then we just forgot about each other. It's like we're brainwashed or something. What's wrong with us? I care about those other sperms. We built a relationship. We had a bond, something that I'll never have with anyone else. The camaraderie I had with the other sperm is something I've never had on here ever since then. We were we were one. We were all pretty much the same. We were like twins. We weren't much different, all of us, but some of us were better than others, faster swimmers. I was a pretty fast swimmer, and I loved to eat, and I ate my ass off when I got to that egg. Tell you what, it was like I felt like I was at an eating competition. Some hot dogs or something. I gotta get them all. I don't know why I was so hungry all of a sudden, but I just had a hankering for egg. Getting in there. Wiggling around. I love it. It felt good. It was ecstasy. That was the original ecstasy for me, being inside that egg. You think MDMA feels good? Do you remember? Yeah, you probably remember. Best feeling ever. But being stuck inside of there wasn't. I started getting claustrophobic, dude. All cramped up in there, ain't nowhere to move. My mom was little. My mom was tiny, dude. Chilling in the bowels. Yeah. Keeping the perfect temperature. It was like paradise in there. We were always at the perfect temperature. The good old days. $20. We have 11 minutes left. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 11 minutes left. Yeah, colchicine. Colchicine. It comes from some plant that the Egyptians were using. They used it for gout and arthritis. And it took the FDA until 2009 to approve it. What's your problem, FDA? What is your problem, dude? FDA, you're fucking around too much. You need to make weed legal, mushrooms legal. Anything that grows out of the planet, we're allowed to make drugs out of that if we want. Okay, maybe put some limit. Wait, actually, fuck it. Opium too. Cocaine too. If you can grow it personally, now it's different for like having someone else, and processing it is different. Extracting is not processing, okay? And cocaine is not the same as coca leaf. You know what I'm saying? So once you start to process it, because they're not just extracting it out of the coca leaf, are they? Correct me if I'm wrong. It's more than simple extraction, right? Oh, let me look it up real fast. I've never actually looked it up to see if you could grow this in your backyard. Actually, man, I think I probably have by now, but I need to verify it. Cocaine extract for synthesis. Well, Is it just a simple extraction? Okay, let me look at the solvents that have to be used. Okay, I gotta go to an actual site to see how to extract it. Let's see, how to extract, here. The separation of cocaine and phenyl tetrahydroidimetazal C. Holy cow. Look at this title. I'm not even playing. This the separation of cocaine and phenyl okay, phenyl imidazothiazole. What? Wait, let me see if it'll say this for me. Oh man, I can't do a speech thing. Let's see if I can do this. No. Oh, is that laviminicil? Oh, that's laviminicil. Infrared, dude. That is fair. What? Hold up. Why would you want? Oh. Wow. When did this come out? Why is the Department of Justice putting it out? Also, how trippy. Okay, what this actually is, the Colombian people that have been producing cocaine, they have been also in putting in this laviminicil, which is a cattle dewormer. It's an increasingly utilized cutting agent in South American illicit cocaine laboratories for the past 8 years, and now the most prominent adulterant in cocaine produced in Colombia. And that's the problem. It's coming directly from Colombia with it in it. It's not being stepped on out of Colombia. Like in Colombia, where they're like, hey, we're making the good stuff. They're still going, not anymore. We don't care anymore. Kill the Americans. I mean, it's mostly coming to America, though. The Europeans supposedly have been getting better stuff, less cut stuff from Colombia for whatever reason. Embargoes, export, import, whatever it is, they're getting better stuff. But they're probably getting lavaminicil now as well. The thing is trippy to me right now is that this is the actual Department of Justice, Drug Enforcement, DEA. Is this telling you how to take the lavaminicil out of your blow? Because that's what it seems like. The separation of blow and lavaminicil is what this is about. Okay, I'm probably the only one here that knows anything about this or thinks that this is trippy, but why would our government be have an article on how to take this out of the blow and make it more pure? Why would our government be telling people how to make their blow more pure? Okay, now do we understand why this is weird? I thought this was gonna be on Arrowhead or something, or Blue Light, or DMT Nexus, or Shroomery, or Shroomology, or some, you know what I'm saying, some site that does this type of thing, not the government. It's like, here's how you do it, folks. You want cleaner shit? Here's how you do it. We're just trying to help. Okay, do these? Yeah, it seems that they give step-by-step procedure on how to separate them and if it worked or not and how well it worked. Conclusion: several techniques are utilized for the separation of cocaine and tramadol mixtures. The data obtained determined to effectively determine the purity and salt form of the recovered blow. For mixtures of blow-based, tramadol-based, the best method to purify the blow was liquid-liquid separation employing hexane and water, which you can get hexane off the internet. Anybody can get it. 5 water washes successfully removed tramadol base from the blow. The most successful technique for separation of blow HCLs, of non-free based blow with tramadol So you utilize the ion pair chromographic compact. Whoa, whoa! You might want to freebase your shit first, because that sounds complicated. 4 grams of cellulite, 545, 2 milliliters, dude, nitrogen. I don't even know, dude, what that is. Sodium chloride and something. However, chloroform. Oh, you had to have chloroform too. That's probably fun to work with without thinking you're gonna knock out on accident. You had to wear a face mask. Significant amount of testosterone. It seems like the best way to do is freebase it first and then get it out with something simple like hexane. Anyway, interesting. That was a weird find. I wasn't even trying to look for that. I don't do that stuff, but I have back in the day. I stopped predominantly, like I was like completely stopped, never even looked at it again since this levomenicil started getting put in at an increased rate from Colombia. Like from Colombia. What are you supposed to do, man, when it's coming from Colombia with this stuff? You can't even get good stuff anymore. That's where it's all coming from. If it's coming from Colombia with it, then it's all tainted. It's almost like the government wanted it to happen, but then why are they going to give us instructions on how to take it out and the best way to do it? Why would they even have that? Why would they even have that, especially broadcasted onto the internet for everybody to see? At the U.S. National Library of Medicine, National Institutes of Health. Wait, no, that's something different. I don't know where it was, but that's that's where the colchicine information was. Let's see, where was it? It was here. Where was this? It's still at DEA.gov though. I'm on a list now for sure, homie. Shit, they think I'm like bringing in keys or something, man. Probably. Sir, someone else just logged into the page. Looking at all my traffic right now, probably. What was I even looking for, man? Oh, I was trying to see how easy it is to get it out of the plants. You never tried it, but you just smelled it. You like the smell of it, or something? Is that what you said? Oh, you researched it. Let's see if this says okay. Relationship, wise code. Methods. What methods? Here we go. What? Wait, no, that's not what I want. Dang. Okay, I'm just gonna put it in here. How to extract cocaine. I don't want. How is it made? Yeah. Harvested and soaked in gasoline and other solvents to extract the chemical cocaine hydrochloride. Oh, so that's it? Damn, it is just a simple extraction, dude. It is just a simple extraction, dude. The leaves are then drained and mixed with lime and cement. Hold up. I don't know about that one. That's a little weird. Why cement though? Really? Cement? To further extract the active chemical, the leaves are usually soaked again before draining a final time. Ultimately, the leaves are strained away and the resulting product is heated and dried and pressed into bricks. Okay, so that's it, really? But what are the other chemicals?
Okay, a couple of things.
What are the other chemicals?
They're a media person here.
Gasoline ain't too
I
bad.
do not want you trying to talk to the families while you're in the courtroom. All right?
Wait, is it? Maybe it is.
Also, please don't leave
It could be.
until the jury leaves the courtroom. And that applies to the families as well as the attorneys and Ms. Potter. Okay?
It could be bad, actually. If they're
All
using
right, are
cheap
you ready
gas
for the jury?
or gas with a lot of additives in it, like you
All
would
right.
want pure only
Thanks,
gas,
Jackie.
no weird additives in it. They're gonna lubricate an engine or some shit. So that gasoline additives, you do not want in the gasoline for the shit making your blow for real. You know what I mean? Think about that. because those additives might stay behind in the product. That's why when extracting DMT, you have to be very careful with the naphtha or whatever you're using to pull it out of the solution. Or the solute into the solution. You want to do that. You put it on a mirror or something, and then let it evaporate and see if there's anything left behind. This is information here. Oh, it is we're all learning a little bit today, huh? Yeah, you can clean it for sure. You can either there's water washes, there's acetone washes, or there's different types of washes you can do on it, but oftentimes you lose
welcome
product.
back, members of the jury. Please be seated. All right, the defense may present its opening statement.
Of course, you're going to lose the cut and you're going to lose a little bit of product, so you lose weight every time.
May it please the court, Mr. Frank and your team, Mr. Gray, Ms. Montgomery, former Officer Potter, and her family, her husband, sister-in-law, and brother, members of the jury. She said, "I'll tase you. I'll tase you." The language was direct, it was clear, it was unmistakable. And all Mr. Wright had to do was stop. He was told he was arrested on a warrant. He resisted. She said, "I'll tase you." And all he had to do was surrender. But that wasn't his plan. He continued on with her struggle. And 5 seconds later, she says, "Taser, taser, taser." And you're going to remember those 3 words for the rest of your life. And when she's saying those 3 words, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have to know from the facts what she is seeing. Okay? Because what she is seeing is that her partner, Sergeant Johnson, is in the car. He's a tall individual. He's going to testify probably tomorrow. But he's in the car restraining the gear shift so that Mr. Wright can't escape. And she knows that if he's not stopped, Mr. Wright's not stopped, he's about to drive away with a police officer dangling from his car. And she knows, and she'll tell you this, and when she says taser, 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 if she does nothing, Mr. Wright drives away and either substantially harms Sergeant Johnson or, more likely, he kills him. So when she says taser, 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 there's one last pause. The facts will show you. Mr. Wright can stop. All he has to do is stop, and he'd be with us. But he goes. She can't let him leave because he's going to kill her partner. And so she does taser, 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 and she pulls the trigger believing that it was a taser. For why else would she say it? And immediately, upon pulling the trigger a single time, which is the training for tasers, The training for gun is to pull twice. She realizes what has happened, much to her everlasting and unending regret. She made a mistake. This was an accident. She's a human being. But she had to do what she had to do to prevent a death to a fellow officer, too. Well, before I start on the facts, and there are quite a bit more details to this case than you just heard about over the last hour, I'd like to introduce myself once again. It's a great honor to be here. It's a great privilege to be a lawyer in America, I think, and to be able to stand before you in this distinguished court in a case of this magnitude. And we are all about to engage in the great experiment that is called the American democracy, the central feature of which is a jury trial, where, according to the Constitution, if a citizen is accused of crime, her peers get to decide what the facts are and render a just verdict. It's humbling to be here, but a great honor to be her voice, along with Mr. Gray, to talk to you, to answer to the question she wants us to ask, and to present the evidence she wants us to present for her, and to finally argue for her at the end of the case, which will be done by Mr. Gray. It's a historic process that we're all engaged in, and I know you'll appreciate it, but it's been going on for hundreds of years, to over 200 years, in the American effort to be fair. And there's something sacred about what we're trying to accomplish here. You're making an everlasting decision about a human being. And there's hardly any greater responsibility than that. Well, this is an opening statement. It's meant for the defense and the state to give you a roadmap or an overview of the case. It's my chance to tell you what the facts are, many of which were left out. So here's what I'm going to do in the next half hour. I'm going to introduce the police officers to you, because they're just not there for a second. They have lives. They have careers, and you should know more about them. So I'll talk about Kimberly Potter and her life and her career. I'll talk about Sergeant Michael Johnson, and I'll talk about Anthony Lucky. I'll give you just an overview of who they are, which you should know about. Then I'll follow that by talking about what happened here. You know, why he was arrested. This case isn't about a license tab. It's about a bench warrant and a guy that had a harassment order and violent conduct on his part. So we'll go in second by second on what happened here and what she saw, because she'll tell you that next week. But I want you to be in mind and mindful of what she saw. And then after we talk about the incident, I'll tell you about the other witnesses we're going to call to buttress and support our defense, the experts and the lay witnesses alike, and then we'll be ready to go. So I want you to hang with me for a half hour here. That's where I'm going to go. So let's start with the three officers. Well, first, Kimberly Potter. She's 49 years old. Was born in 1972. 4 kids in her household. She had one of these experiences as a kid that is memorable. One day in her grade school class, a police officer named Michael McGee came to talk about bicycle safety. And it is amazing what influence an adult might have on a child at any particular time, but she enjoyed the talk, and it dawned on her that she might want to be a police officer, just by the mere fact this officer came to her class. She pursued the interest in high school. She was in Explorers, which is kind of the teenager grouping that allows kids that age to experience police work to see if they might be interested. And by the time she had graduated from high school, Totino Grace, by the way, which is in the northern suburbs, Catholic high school, maybe you are familiar with it, she had decided to be a police officer. And what she wanted to do was get a BA and then pursue her career. So she enrolled at St. Mary's University in Winona and started down there in 1990 and got a degree in criminal justice and sociology, which are the standard majors for police officers. She graduated in 3.5 years. She was an industrious student, worked really hard. And then she started applying for work in the community. She got a job at the Anoka Regional Treatment Facility, but she wanted to get in with the police force. So she applied and was hired in 1995 to work for Brooklyn Center Police Department as a patrol officer. And she'll tell you one of the proudest days of her life was to have her dad pin the badge on her so that she could be a police officer. Around the same time, she married her husband, Jeff, who's the fellow with the dark suit. And they have 2 kids. One's in the Marine Corps now, and one plays the Division I hockey in the Dakotas. And they raise their family in the Champlin area. She started out her career as a patrol officer. She always wanted to be on the street. She took a special interest in domestic abuse victims, which will come into play in a minute. She became a part of the Brooklyn Center Domestic Abuse Task Force. She was really interested in women who were victimized by men and subject to the violence of men occasionally, and she shepherded the women through the court system, became their mentors, made sure they were treated fairly. She had a talent for negotiation. She was on the hostage negotiation team for Brooklyn Center. She was on the crisis team. She was an FTO, asked to be an FTO, which is an honor as well to train police officers. And then this day that we're going to talk about in a moment, she was the FTO field training officer. And one of her greatest achievements, she'll tell you, is that she is on the honor guard for police officers who die in the line of duty. She is the one among several who carry the caskets. Police officers who are shot. And every officer will tell you that the most dangerous thing a police officer will do is respond to a traffic stop or an act of domestic violence. And everybody that makes a stop knows that something may go wrong. So that's her career. That's who she is. And over the course of 26 years, she never fired a gun. She never fired one shot. She never fired her taser. She never had to. She was good at de-escalating everything, and here that's what she's trying to do. I'll tase you, which is another way of saying, please stop, so I don't have to hurt you. Please stop. So that's who she is. She'll tell you that. Sergeant Johnson is on the scene. He's 41. He started the force in 2005. He became a member of the SWAT team, and you'll see that he is an imposing guy, 6'2", 6'3". He's on the SWAT team because of his physicality. SWAT teams, he'll explain to you, go into houses to arrest people, do search warrants, and are engaged in the activities designed to arrest people who don't want to be arrested, and anything that's involving a dangerous course of action, the SWAT team is often called. He'll describe that to you. But the fact of the matter is, SWAT team members tend to be fearless because they take the most risks. And on this day, he was the guy who opened the passenger car door and stayed in the car. And he was the guy that she wanted to save. So that's Sergeant Johnson. He's a patrol sergeant. He's her supervisor. He evaluates her. And he's on duty that day. He gets the radio call and he arrives. Finally, we have Anthony Lucky, who is the young one of the bunch, but old in terms of experience. Mr. Lucky's in his 20, Officer Lucky's in his 20. He grew up in Brooklyn Park, which of course is next to Brooklyn Center. Graduated from high school there. He too will tell you that somewhere along the line when he was 7 or 8, he decided to be a police officer. After high school, he went to junior college for 2 years, Rasmussen. Got certified. You need a 2-year degree to be a police officer, 4-year or 2-year. And got his boards and started to become a police officer. His first job was up in Mille Lacs for the Mille Lacs band up in Mille Lacs Lake. The geography was a little tough. That's not quite where he wanted to be. He had a job in Gaylord, Minnesota, small town north, south, and west of here. And then he applied to where he always wanted to be, which was Brooklyn Center. And Brooklyn Center was right next to where he lived. He knows the streets, he'll tell you. He knows the people. He knows the culture. He has intuitions about what is occurring because he grew up here. And in a sense, wait for him to testify as well. So those are the 3 people that really know what happened here. Let me go now into April 11th. On this day, Officer Lucky is supervised, as we said, by former Officer Potter. They start the shift. It's a Sunday. It's non-eventful. Nothing is happening much on a Sunday in April in Brooklyn Center, but they're on routine patrol. An FTO supervises the new police officer. Officer Lucky just started in February of this year. And he's driving along and he sees a white GM Buick in a turn lane. The signals are opposite. Instead of turning left, there's a signal to turn right. His curiosity is piqued. He decides to follow the car. It's his decision. As he follows the car, he runs the plate. He notes that the tabs are expired. He sees a Christmas tree hanging from
United States of America, damn it.
the mirror. But this case isn't about tabs. It's not about Christmas trees. He has a right to stop. He makes the decision. It's his own decision. She joins it. She doesn't oppose it. And he stops the car. And you're going to see a much longer video as we go through here. So he does what he's trained to do. He walks up to the car door. The window comes down. He immediately notices the odor of marijuana. They didn't tell you that last hour. He sees marijuana shake inside the car. He asks for a license. Mr. Wright, who is driving the car, has no license. He can't give him one. His license is suspended. He asks for insurance. Officer Lucky does, because in Minnesota, to drive a car, you got to have insurance. And the reason you have insurance is that should you get into a crash, that the victims of your crash can be compensated. And the only insurance card that Mr. Wright could produce was something 4 years old in a different name. So we've got some flags here going on. It's not anything about the tabs any longer. It's about someone who shouldn't be driving a car at all. Lucky goes back to the car. They get in. He runs a warrant check. Standard. There are different databases that can be used to run a warrants check. If you've ever stopped, this has happened to you as well. But so he runs a check, and you'll hear the audio of it, and there's a warrant for him. So this changes the equation. The warrant is for a gun charge. A gun charge. It's a gross misdemeanor, and this causes Lucky, who lives in the area, to be alarmed, because he knows from his own personal experience from this area that a substantial percentage of people driving in Brooklyn Center have guns in their car. He'll estimate it's up to 40%. That may be high, but that's for his own anecdotal experience. But there's a substantial chance he'll tell you that there's now a gun in the car because the guy's got a gun warrant. And he'll tell you he thought there was a substantial chance Wright had a gun either on his person or in the left container of the car in the doorway or in the console, which is where you hide the guns. Okay? He's alerted. So they run more checks, though. And what they didn't tell you an hour ago is there was a harassment order against Mr. Wright. A female had secured an order for protection against him because he had been violent against her. So we have guns. We have someone who's accused Mr. Wright of being violent, and a court had ordered him to stay away from her. We have marijuana in the car. He can't drive the car away. He can't be allowed to leave. So Lucky goes back to the car and says, they have a conversation here. And the conclusion he drew was that he had to be arrested on the warrant. A court of law directed him to arrest him. It has nothing to do with a license tab. It has to do with a court order from this district. So the plan is to go to the door and arrest him. But they also have to know who the female is in the car, because Lucky knows, Officer Potter knows that with restraining orders and harassment orders, sometimes the girlfriend or the friend who gets the order reconciles with the defendant. And they have to find out who she is to see if she is in danger. This is standard police work. No fault can be had for the strategy here. So Lucky walks up to the door, tells him, Mr. Wright, to get out. He can't arrest him inside the car. So he directs him to get out, and about the same time, all three of them say, you're under arrest. And Johnson, by this time, has conferred. He knows what the situation is, too. So there's an arrest warrant for a gun. In hindsight, I suppose, they could have taken Mr. Wright further back, but all these officers will say that sometimes they arrest at the doorway. But the plan was to cuff him and then figure out what to do. They had to cuff him, recheck the warrant, recheck the woman, and then figure out what to do. This is all legitimate. This is all legitimate police work. And all Mr. Wright had to do was surrender on the warrant, which he had to have known about. That's all he had to do. So he gets him out of the car, Lucky does. And then you hear on the videotape, which you'll hear many times, is he turns Duante Wright to the car, tries to get his arms back, which is what he's supposed to do, and then Wright starts to tense up. And Lucky says, don't tense up. Don't tense up. Don't do it, bro, I think is the language that you'll hear. So we have someone who's supposed to surrender and doesn't want to surrender. And he gets back in the car, and it's chaotic. It's fast moving. This is really quick. Mr. Wright is extremely fast. He knows exactly what he wants to do, and that is escape. So he twists and turns back in the car. And at this point, Johnson enters the car. Johnson holds, as I say, the gear shift, so he can't drive. Lucky's trying to hang on. And at this point, he has to be stopped. He can't just drive away, because the police officers know that fleeing a police officer is also a felony. And fleeing at a dangerous speed, which you saw in the video, is a dangerous felony. It's a crime of violence. They also know they can't let him go. They can't. The court has said arrest him. I'll tase you, I'll tase you, I'll tase you, she says. It's clear, it's direct, it's rooted in her hostage crisis training. She announces what's going to happen to him. She hopes, as I tell you, that he will comply, be arrested. She repeats it twice. I'll tase you, I tase you, and there's 5 seconds. And then, as I told you, she sees Johnson, whose location was key to the case, because if this guy drives away, he's dead. He's dead. So the moment, what happens, she shouts, taser, 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 and one of the issues for you, or the key issue in the case for you, is what was her conscious thought as to whether or not she had a taser in her arm or whether or not she had a gun.
The objection is overruled.
The evidence will show you, in her own testimony and in your intuition after watching the video 10 times, is that she believed that she possessed a taser. That's why she said taser, taser, taser. She didn't say gun, gun, gun. And if she believed that she had a taser, which she did, then she did not have an awareness of possessing a gun. You know, the crimes alleged here are going to be defined by Judge Chu at the end of the trial, but it's just not shooting somebody. That's not the crime. It's being consciously aware of some kind of fact.
Objection, Your Honor. I'm wrong.
All right, Counselor, please stick to the facts.
Okay. Well, as you look at the case, you decide whether, when she said taser, 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 she meant something else. You decide. And that's why we're here, essentially. We have that dispute. So that takes care of what happened. You know who's the testimony is going to be. Now I want to tell you who our other witnesses are going to be before you, and then we'll get going on the case. We're going to call several witnesses. The first one will be Timothy Gannon. He's the police chief, former police chief for Brooklyn Center. He was starting at Brooklyn Center in 1994, about the same time former Officer Potter did. His rise through the department was a different course. He was on the SWAT team. He became a sergeant quite quickly, and then he became a commander. There are 3 commanders and then the police chief, and then eventually he became the police chief of Brooklyn Center, and he's going to testify first. He's a veteran of the Iraq wars. He's got a BA. He's a wealth of experience. He's been in over 100 critical instances in his life where shots were fired. He's been in danger himself. And he'll testify about the training that Brooklyn Center police officers take, and he'll testify that he's seen the videotape himself. Different views of the tape now as it become more produced in the discovery, and he'll say that given the position of Johnson's body in the car, it was consistent with Officer Potter's training to not only shoot a taser, she certainly could do that, consistent with what she was trained to do, but she could have also shot him, which was not intention, but she could have shot him, given the fact that Johnson almost died. But that will be his testimony. He'll also tell you a little bit about being in these traumatic critical incidents, is what they're calling in police training in the police world, and he'll tell you that he's been in, as I say, 100, but he'll also tell you that there's certain inability to recall events that happen so quickly and they're so violent. And part of Officer Potter's testimony will be a lack of recall as to some details in this. She's got most of them, but some details are gone. And that does happen during critical instances involving trauma. So he'll tell you a little bit more about that. We're going to call next a fellow from Missouri named Steve Iams, I-J-A-M-S. He's a 29-year veteran of police work, and he's going to testify as to the reasonable use of a taser. There is a question here. They're going to present their own expert named Stoughton, and we will present an expert to you in the form of Iams, Steve Iams, that the use of the taser was certainly legitimate. It was appropriate. There was enough distance. The central claim, factual dispute that you're going to have to decide is whether the car was moving or whether, in other words, Duante Wright was in control of the car. The testimony will be that the car was not moving, that he wasn't in control of the car, and that was the purpose of Johnson being there. And you'll have testimony when someone says, taser, 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 that's consistent with the training, then everyone jumps back so as not to be shocked by the taser itself. So when Officer Potter shouted, taser, 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 that's when Johnson and Lucky moved back. And the fact that she shouted, taser, 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 saved Johnson's life. So that's Steve Iams. He'll come in. We've got another officer named Colleen Fricky who was with Kimberly Potter that night, and she'll show you videotape to give you a sense of the profound remorse and the emotional impact this has had on her. And she'll show you a video of Kimberly Potter huddled in the corner of Brooklyn Center Police Station. Her grief and regret was inconsolable. But grief and regret is not a crime either, or reflective of one. We're going to call character witnesses for her, people who've known her, police officers, friends from the family, all ages, to say that she has a good reputation for being peaceful and law-abiding, so that you know that this is something that is way out of the ordinary for her. And finally, we're going to answer the question that some of you had of, well, if you're a police officer for 29 years and trained so well, why should something like this happen? And so we will be calling a fellow named Lawrence Miller from Boca Raton, Florida. He's a PhD in psychology with an expertise in traumatic incidences and police work, violence. And he's going to talk to you about how it is that we do one thing while meaning to do another. And it's called in the literature an action error. And he'll come in Friday morning, a week from this Friday. And he'll talk about the routine kind of action errors that we all experience. Give you some examples of what an action error is. But I want to get that word in your mind as you go through the case, action error. And for example, as the year turns, and for those who still write checks, you write the date of the check in January and you put the wrong year because you're used to doing 2001 all through the year, and it should be 2022. Well, that's an error. You're making an error you don't even think about. Or in computers, you change the password, but absentmindedly go back to your old password. Or if you've recently moved to a different location, you sometimes can drive back to your old location not realizing that that's what you've done. These are called action errors, and they are ordinarily dismissible, but they become quite important when what happens is catastrophic. And when someone makes a mistake and wants to do one thing but does something else with consequences of the kind that we see here. Action errors in the field of great catastrophe include airline mistakes that are historically made. Why a high-time pilot would suddenly miss a landing after 30 years. Why a surgeon, perhaps, after 1,000 surgeries, might make a mistake, which can happen. Or a diagnosis may be missed in the time of stress. Action errors in police work, Dr. Miller will tell you, occur in times of chaos, acute stress, when the decisions have to be made in an instant, when there is no time for reflection. and where the where the individual involved is in turn chaotic and perhaps intoxicated. Stoned is another word for it. It's up to you, of course, whether action error occurred in this case, and he's not going to give you an opinion one way or another, but he'll explain what happens to the brain and what happens in these high catastrophic instances is that the habits that are ingrained, the training that's ingrained, takes over in these chaotic situations, and the historic training is applied and the newer training is discounted. And the evidence in this case is that the tasers were only available in the last 10 years, and this is a brand new taser, whereas by comparison, Ms. Potter has had 26 years of gun training. And an error can happen. We are in a human business. Police officers are human beings, and that's what occurred. At the conclusion of the case, I will rest and we'll get a chance to argue for what the facts show. And that will be an argument for your verdict of not guilty. Ms. Potter's good name has been besmirched by this allegation, which is not true, and by the press coverage, which has been slanted, and we seek to reclaim it. And reclaim it we will. And our request for you to find her not guilty will be well deserved.
All right, members of the jury, we're going to break for lunch, and we'll start up again at 1:30. Okay? So have a good lunch.
Wright obeyed the officer out of the car, but as he was being handcuffed, Wright pulled away to get back into his vehicle. As Lucky held onto Wright, Potter said, "I'll tase you." Potter's body camera video then shows her holding onto her handgun in her right hand and pointing it.
I am not gay. I have relationships with women and sex with men.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
What the heck? Look at this shit. Hey, we've got mechanic competition, dude. Dude, a NASCAR mechanic competition's on right now. They're rebuilding an engine, dude. See this every day. Oh, they're competing against another team, I think. Because the helmets replicate what they have to be like in the field. They're NASCAR mechanics. I don't know, unless the other team doesn't have helmets on, then they're just doing it to show off or something. The other team doesn't have helmets on though, do they?
We're about 30 minutes in.
Well, the other guy does have a weird, like a biker helmet on though. It's not a full face. I would think they would have air tools for that, but. Said I have to turn it over to show that it can turn over, probably. Right? Is that it? I wonder what they're doing with these engines. Like, if they're actually going to use them for something. They're taking advantage of these people, putting them together for them. You see the ones in the background there. That's an expensive piece of machinery right there. What is it? Is that actually? That's not actually a NASCAR engine, is it? Oh, are they taking back apart? What is happening? Why is he loosening the exhaust manifold? Or is he tightening it? Now I'm lost. I don't know what's happening, dude. Unless they leave the exhaust manifold loose to the very end. I mean, I could see that though, because it may be easier to hook it into the exhaust system if the manifold's loose a little bit. Seems kind of weird though. They lose. I wonder if the woman is as fast as the guys are at it. Like, real talk, not to talk shit, like, but I mean, if she is, that's cool. But I wonder if she actually isn't, though. Is she slower than all the dudes? But I can't tell. They know. They definitely know what's going on. But she's probably keeping up. Or she wouldn't be on the team, right? I'm just noticing their last place. I don't see any women on the other teams. Yet. And she's literally the only one doing something right now. Did she not do something? Did she fuck up? What happened? Let's go. Oh, now they're taking it off? So we don't really think of this being a woman's career. That's sexist. Like, anytime she fucks up, everybody's right thinking. If she fucked up right there, you could see. What is she doing? Get it together, Janet. Oh my gosh, she's getting instruction. During the competition? Oh, that's a bad look, Janet. Looks like that's what they're doing, yeah, Finance Center. How are they so far off, though, to have to pop off the cover? Somebody fucked up, right? While they were doing that, for them to have to backtrack like that. It's a 4? Oh, it's okay. Okay. They're under 18. What makes you think that? Their size? Let's see. I'm just gonna move this, see what it says. It doesn't say anything. Burton Center for Arts and Technology. Whoever they are. You're doing great.
We're about 40 minutes in, y'all.
Go back, Burton.
All right. There we go. Good job, y'all.
Oh shit. Oh. We're gonna follow them. They're on the list. Ooh, what happens in Mexico today?
Oh, I hope this works, you guys. It wouldn't work.
What's up, baby?
Okay, you guys pop on here.
That's this morning.
Regional Center for Border Health is a main NGO here in Yuma, in the Yuma
Look at
sector.
Shani.
Didn't really think I was going to find anything, but surely did. So
Fine,
these
baby
huge
cakes.
charter buses here, and I have to be over here because this is private
Turn
property.
you up
They
just a
just kicked
tad
me
bit.
out. Luckily, I know my rights as a journalist, and I can be on sidewalks. Ah. So there, 2 buses. 1, 2.
Oh,
And I just
I'm just going to
watched-
explain to you what the heck she's showing us right now. Those are non-profit buses right there. Those are the buses that take Mexicans. Churches are funding them, Catholic churches in particular, because I guess there are a lot of Mexican Catholic churches, something like, you know what I'm saying? Anyway, they're busing them to hotels, and the hotels are putting them up. And they know that this is going to happen when they get here. They know it. They're told to come here, wait for the buses, they'll take you to the hotel, they'll give you a place to stay. America, land of getting everything you want. Just get there. Just get there pregnant. Get there however you want, but get there pregnant especially. That's best. That's what they're telling these people.
You know, 100 people come off of one of them. This one just arrived. I asked one of the women working here where they're coming from, and she confirmed that they are coming from border processing facilities.
Oh, wow.
So after they were, you know, at the border wall, after they cross, and then they go into border protection and custody processing, then they'll come here to the NGO. So they showed up with their bags, with their suitcases, in kind of like a bag covering.
Oh my gosh, lady, this road noise right now. I don't know what you're doing. I thought she used to work for like Fox or something, man. She's definitely professional, but she's screwing up right now. She needs a directional mic. You know what I mean? The one that points at her. I don't know if it's pointed towards the traffic or what she's got going on right now, but it's really hard to hear her.
Not processed rather, but being held and talked to in these tents. They have kind of a loudspeaker and they're talking about the protocols and things like that here. So again, 2 buses, charter buses, these huge white ones here, come across. I gotta be respectful because it is private property. So that's the charter bus. That's the one that just showed up. So 2 of these within the last 10 minutes that just showed up here.
Within the last 10 minutes, wow.
So this is the, again,
Where the
this
people
is
at?
Family Behavioral Integrated Services, but this is the center basically for border health. So this is interesting too. They've got a COVID vaccine and testing and flu shot drive-through for kids and adults. At the NGOs, we know if there is going to be any testing or anything like that, it's going to happen within the NGOs. They're not doing it within border protections. That kind of falls on the shoulders of NGOs who are helping. Again, you know, a lot of people get frustrated that the NGOs are helping, things like that. This is a humanitarian crisis at this point. And I think it's important to look at the perspective of like, if there's a homeless situation or crisis and a shelter steps in and helps and feeds people, I mean, they're not just going to let people die. So that's the thing.
Said they're not going to just let people die. These NGOs are the only people that are stepping in. But the thing is, they're the reason why these people are coming. If these people were coming here and they didn't assume they were going to get bused to a hotel and give food and water and give everything they need, it's okay. The equivalent would be if Canada all of a sudden was saying that if you come here, you're going to get like this same type stuff if you come to our country, and an American start just going up to Canada. More Americans are going to do that if they know that they're going to have that, rather than if, like right now, hardly any Americans are trying to get into Canada, right? But all of a sudden, homeless people know that if they get into Canada, they get a place to stay, food, drink. Homeless people are going to start trying to find ways to get into Canada, especially if Canada is like, yeah, we don't care if you're don't have documentation, we don't care about anything except if you're a person, if you're hungry, if you claim that you're from somewhere else, hey, that's fine. You're Haitian and you're white. Fuck it, dude. You look Haitian to me. Come on in here, get some food. homeless people would be finding ways to get across the Canadian border, and they'd have to have National Guard and all kinds of shit set up, just like we have here. And the Americans would be the ones traveling across the border for free shit. Because that's what free shit does to people, especially when they don't have anything like a homeless person does. So, like, we're not even given this same amount of like option to homeless people in our country. You have to be an illegal immigrant to get it.
The funding and things like that. You know, when I talked with Catholic Charities in McAllen, in the Rio Grande Valley, they said that they know that there is funding available, but that they were not using any government funding, that they were using community fundraising funds and stuff like that. So, yeah.
She's
so,
saying
you know,
the
they asked
church
me
is not using any of the government funding. They're only using fundraiser funding. I don't believe that. I don't believe that, dude, at all. How expensive is it to put these people fundraiser funding? Where are you fundraising at, assholes? That's a damn lie. There ain't no way. You got so many fucking idiots in okay, because think about it. Think about where they're at right now. Where they're at right now doesn't like this. The people that live in this area, they don't like that this is happening. You know what I mean? But they can't do shit about it, pretty much. Their hands are tied for whatever reason. So how are they getting fundraising funds to put these people? Who's giving these? Soros or whatever. Soros is going to these Catholic charities and doing possibly. I don't fucking know, dude. It's weird though, ain't it?
Taking pictures and stuff like that and tried to kick me off the property, and he said, I need you to leave. And I said, well, actually I'm just going to go stand on that sidewalk. And he looked at me. I go, I know my rights as a journalist, and I know what's legal and what's public property. And then he goes, you're right. So we still here, but again, not sensationalizing the situation, but I do want to show you this is where some of the folks have gone that were crossing illegally in from the Mexico side into Yuma. So they have been processed by Border Patrol. At this point, we have that confirmed from one of the workers here. I asked, are they coming from Border Patrol? And she said yes. Now the thing is, they all had paperwork, they all had their bags like wrapped up in a, like case kind of, a carrying area. So they are coming from one place that has been processed. That is very important. So again, this is one of the NGO here in the Yuma sector.
And just to clarify, when she says they have papers, she's not saying that they have documentation of who they are, like from their country. She's saying that they have papers that our government has now given them, showing who they are. You know, you get me? So they're tearing all their shit up before they get here. She's already talked about that. All of them, they all talk about that. So.
When I went in there were about 50 people already sitting in the tent. The bus was being offloaded, and then this bus was arriving. So we certainly have, a couple hundred people that are going to be within this NGO, and then the NGO is going to help them. If they need clean clothing, they are a charitable, non-government organization. So if they need food, things like that, that is where they're going to get a little bit of assistance. And then from there, a lot of times the NGOs will give them their documentation that shows exactly how they need to go to where they're going. One family I just talked to was going to Georgia. So they will have, they don't, when I asked her, I said, where are you going? They said United States. And I said, but there are 50, so where are you going? And they didn't know, and I was like, and I started naming states, and they were like, oh, one Uzbekistan man was going to Philadelphia, was going to Pennsylvania. And then the other guys, the other 3 Uzbekistan single male that were there as well were going to New York. So, the NGO will help them either get their plane tickets in order. You see them with those sheets of paper that say, help me, I don't speak English. Please help me, get to where I need to go. So that is a very real situation that happens at these NGOs because, again, they aren't just going to turn them out into the interior of our country. They have been processed at this point. The NGO is not processing them, y'all. The NGO is helping them get to their next steps because they're not just going to turn them. I'm not defending any situation or picking a side, but the reality is this. If the NGO doesn't step in to help them, they don't speak a lick of English, they get turned out by Border Patrol and then go where? Walk around aimlessly.
Yeah, let them walk around aimlessly.
So
Fuck
the
it.
NGO is
Actually,
helping them get to where they're
to
supposed
know the
to
fucking
be.
weirdos and who they are.
But when I talked to Uzbekistan group, none of them had family in the States at all. So, but they were all single adult male. And being from Uzbekistan is a it is a special interest country. So it was interesting. They showed us their passports and everything, and one man spoke English. So
Show the passport. Dude, some of the cases are relevant. Some of the cases that come here are, you know what I'm saying, they're legitimately seeking asylum from some crazy shit. I get it. But it's hard to tell when they don't have a passport. If they actually had a passport, yeah, it was probably a real passport, probably. But if they don't have a passport and they're saying they're from those countries, they're also getting asylum just from saying that they're from that country. Because the thing is, we don't have, with those countries that they're having issues with, their governments are shady. You know what I mean? So their governments don't want their citizens to leave. So we automatically assume that their government isn't going to give us their information because they're going to want the people to come back. They're trying to screw their life over for leaving. So we don't expect them to have documentation, nor do we expect their country to provide it for them. So they're allowed to. Oh, you're from Ghana? Oh, you refugee? Oh, come on in. You said you're from Ghana. You're black. You sound Ghanan, or whatever. I don't know the countries that are on the list, but that's what they do, man.
Hear how the special interest cases are handled. That would be really interesting. Okay, so again, if you're just tuning in watching, we are here at the NGO in Yuma. This is the NGO in this sector. This is the resource for border health, the Center for Border Health here, the Family Behavioral Integrated Services. So saw a lot of people come off of the bus. This guy's going to try and kick me off this property. I just know. So we'll see what he does. And if he does, I'll just go across the street. That's the other option, you know. It's all good. So we'll see. Hi. How are you doing today?
Good. How are you?
Doing well, thank you. I am.
If you want, I can talk to you on the public relations.
Sure, that's fine. Hi, I'm Allie.
Not on camera though.
Okay. Okay, let me end. I'm live streaming.
Oh, okay, sorry about
I
that.
do everything live.
Okay.
Are you sure? I mean, I do things live so things aren't taken out of context. And so that things are exactly as they are.
No, I just wanted to talk to you and see what you wanted, what you were doing your story on.
Oh, so I'm an independent journalist. I've been covering the border crisis now since August. I've been walking with the migrant caravans I was down there for over 100 miles in Chiapas for 15 days. So I'm very invested in this situation, and I know it is a humanitarian crisis, and I know absolutely that you guys have a role here, that you can't just let people die, and you can't just...
So what do you want? For them just to flood our country? Do you want our country to just be flooded by people that don't have a job, don't have any money, and going to send all their money that they make here back to another country, so they're not even helping our economy really? They're going to increase our rent, they're going to decrease our wages. Is that what you want? What else do you want?
Turn people out into the country with no direction. And I just explained that to my followers and explained, you know, some people get frustrated at the NGO saying you guys are helping and enabling and all this. And I said, well, you have to understand, in a homeless crisis or anything, a charitable organization is going to step in because we're human beings. And you also, everybody I've talked to has no idea, they don't speak a lick of English, so they have no idea where they're going. So once they're processed by Border Patrol, kicked out, where are they going to go? You guys are helping them to go legally to where they've been told to go. And I explained that. So that's the MO, right? I'm not here to go, they're helping them, look at these buses of people. I'm not a my thing, I'm an objective journalist. I am a real journalist still, Alex. So I am one of those people that's just showing what's happening, the reality, and showing, you know what? These people are going to go from the border wall, which is what I've been on for the last 2 days. They're going to be processed by Border Patrol. This NGO is going to help provide them if they need clean clothes, if they need something to eat, if they need help planning their next step, whether it's a bus ticket to Georgia or wherever they're going, because they know where they're going already, because Border Patrol has lined
figure out
that
how
up
to
for
get
them.
clean
It's not
clothes.
you guys.
Check this out. How do you think it worked 200 years ago when our ancestors came here? When you're like, a lot of people's ancestors came here. Do you think that they got off the fucking boat and were given a clean set of clothes? Do you think that's what they were coming here for? Oh man, I'm trying to get to America. They're gonna put me up in a hotel. They're gonna give me clean clothes. They're gonna give me a ride to some other place in the country. Are you serious right now? Dude, you'd be lucky if some dude walked up to you trying to convince you to be a boxer for the bar down the street. So you got an Insta job like Tom Cruise and Far and Away. You're lucky for that to happen. You can be a fighter and make some money and get on your feet. Make a little more than you make plucking chickens like your girl. Huh? Is that what you want? Come on in here, Irish. You're lucky. It's your lucky day. Motherfuckers now.
If you want to ask me questions, I'd be happy to answer them. We can, let's go in the shade though.
Yeah, that would be wonderful. I just, I'm not.
I just wanted to get
I
idea for my staff protection and for the
Man, I get
people's
it.
protection.
I get it. I'm not a
We've
dummy. I
gotten
get it.
some
It's
crazy
hard.
results.
It's hard. It is.
Kind of banned all media and I will.
Who the fuck pays for this? Do I have to talk to the police department? How does this work?
Okay. But again, like that, I don't have an agenda. Don't have that. That thing does not exist for me because I think that it sucks that we have taken away the opportunity for people to make up their own minds.
Yeah.
So I actually left my job as a news anchor for 12 years to go independent and not make money. I don't get paid, so I'm doing this on my own because I think it's an important issue that impacts us all.
Yeah.
And it's a bad situation for these people because it's a lose-lose.
Absolutely.
Right? Then they get into our country and everybody hates them.
Yeah.
They left
Alex,
the country
so
that
stop
they
being a
didn't want them,
dumbass
and then they're
troll.
going to a
Shut the
country that
fuck
doesn't
up
want
or go
them. It's
away.
hard. Okay, so let me make sure.
The lighting. Maybe.
Yeah, I don't want to chat. Wait.
You're not funny, kid.
Come closer
Work
a little
harder
bit.
at becoming funny,
Okay.
then say something.
There we go. All right, we got our guy. Okay, so go ahead, Alex. Introduce yourself. Tell me what your position is here at the center.
Hi, Ali. Thank you for joining us. My name is Alex Bejarano. I'm the Director of Public Relations for the Regional Center for Border Health and the San Luis Walk-In Clinic. We're a 501c3 nonprofit charitable organization serving Yuma, La Paz, and Mojave counties.
So are you guys seeing any kind of irregular numbers? I know we had 4,000 people over a really busy weekend with MPP being reinstated. So did you guys have kind of an influx of people as well? Were you able to handle helping additional people that were coming in, or what did your last couple days look like?
They've kind of remained steady. We accept people as fast as Border Patrol can process them. So, if they only process 30, then we only take 30. Today they processed 160 between Border Patrol and ICE, so that's how many we took today, and that's equivalent to 3 buses. Okay. So one bus holds about 54 people, and we have 4 charter buses on standby, ready to help us with these people. Today, we do kind of a survey amongst the refugees, asylum seekers. We do a survey if they're ready and have sponsors and family ready to buy them their plane ticket, then we'll send them directly to Phoenix Sky Harbor International Airport. If they're not ready to travel, they don't have the means or they don't have the money to purchase their ticket today, and maybe they can tomorrow, then we have agreements with shelters, one in Riverside County, California, which we work really close with, and we'll send a bus there today with the group that doesn't have the means to travel today and that need just one extra day to regroup and get their situation in order.
Alex, thank you for that insight. We haven't really been able to understand the process a lot because there has been, there has been a point of contention with NGOs. But tell me what you guys are doing. You're helping these people, as I've explained to people, that this isn't a situation where you are trying to enable illegal activity, but you're trying to be human in this situation. So explain a little bit about that.
Absolutely, Ali. This is a humanitarian crisis, and we're helping in a humanitarian way. What we do once processing has been complete at Border Patrol, their biometrics, their background checks, all that kind of stuff that the officials at ICE and Border Patrol do, then they release them to us. And we started this number one because it was a humanitarian crisis and we were in the middle of a pandemic. And so in an effort to help mitigate the spread of COVID-19, we didn't know, these people are coming from foreign countries. We don't know what virus they're carrying, if they're carrying COVID or just the common flu or whatever.
I've seen that. It's scary.
But we wanted to help protect our community because we'd worked so hard as a healthcare agency. We're the leading nonprofit in Yuma County, in Yuma, La Paz, and Mojave counties doing testing. To date, we've tested over 160,000 people in Yuma. county that of the total amount of people that have been tested, and to date we've vaccinated over 60,000 people. So we have taken the lead on anything COVID related in Yuma County. And so when Border Patrol started releasing these people on the streets of Yuma, we thought, wow, we can't let that happen. Number one, Yuma doesn't have the infrastructure to support those kind of releases. We don't have shelters, we don't have a major airport, we don't have a major bus station. So these people were just kind of left to their own devices. And so we said, let us help, and we worked it out with Border Patrol, and that's where we stepped in. So now what happens is Border Patrol, instead of releasing them onto the streets, which nobody wants, because there's, like I said, there's no infrastructure for them to travel. So Border Patrol releases them to us. We test them for COVID-19 with a rapid test, and of course we can't force them. It's all voluntary, but 99.9% of them agree to get tested, and we test them for COVID. If they're positive, then we ask them to quarantine. And about 99.9% of them agree to quarantine with us. We go and test them every day, and once they're negative and safe to travel, then and of course we provide any medical care they might need while they're here. And once they're negative and able to travel, then we help them, we load them back onto our charter buses and get them on their way to see their families or their sponsors wherever they're going.
So what about the vaccine side of things? Are we vaccinating people here, or what are we doing?
A lot of them, we do have vaccines available. For refugees, we've been wanting to just use Johnson & Johnson because it's a single dose and we don't know if they're going to have access to the vaccines wherever they're going. So if we do have Johnson & Johnson's, we do offer it to them. Some of them take it. Some of them have already been vaccinated with the Oxford AstraZeneca on the Mexican side, or the CanSino, or the Sputnik. And so we, at that point, we don't want to mix any of the vaccines until they get to where they're going and they can see their doctors or whatever, county health officials in that area.
Okay. Now, I know you see this question coming, and it shouldn't be a tough one, but it's one that everybody is always going to wonder is, where are you guys getting the funding? Are you using any government funding to this? I know you are an NGO, but I know there are funds available through different acts and different things. It's too sweet. Is there any government funding being used to help in this operation?
Right now, everything that we've done, and since the end of, I believe, the end of February, we've paid for out of the agency's pocket. We would like to get reimbursed, and we are working with FEMA to see if they can provide some reimbursement. We know that the reimbursement won't be 100%, so we are going to most likely take a loss. But again, this is a public service that we're providing for our community in an effort to avoid the spread of COVID and in an effort to stop the releases of asylum seekers into the streets of Yuma, because again, Yuma does not have the infrastructure to support those kind of releases.
Right. You guys are doing what seems like an impossible task. It's a really tough job that you guys, like you said, you're up against a lot of critics. And so with that said, you're talking about when the families are ready to see them, when they're ready to receive them. I've talked to some people who don't have people on the other side, in the States.
Yeah.
And with the migrant caravan I was walking with, some people don't have sponsors. I've even had people have my card reaching out and asking if I can help them find somebody. So what does that look like? How are we finding sponsors? Are we paying people? Is the government finding sponsors? Like, how do we find these people out of thin air to send these folks to? I guess if they don't have a family member.
We haven't run into that problem. The majority, thank God, the majority of the people that we get, in fact, all of the people that we get have either a family or a close friend that they're going to, and that's all listed on the paperwork that immigration releases to them. It says basically you're not here, you're not a legal resident, but you are given this A number and this court date and this address where your family lives, and that's where you need to be until your court date.
Okay.
So we haven't run into that problem.
Okay. So I mean, I know that you have absolutely been hammered with negative things. It is a tough situation for you guys. So what do you feel? You've been doing this job. You guys started this because of the pandemic with the intention of keeping the community here safe, not necessarily to enable a situation, but people, say that these NGOs are complicit in human trafficking. How does that make you feel when you're standing out here telling me like you're doing a service for your community?
I think that the Yuma community is grateful for the work that we're doing, and I think that they know, and if not, I'd like to tell them that, obviously we are not complicit in human trafficking. We are working with Border Patrol officials. I mean, these people have been processed, their biometrics have been done, their background screenings have been done, and these people are the ones that are deemed okay to come out into the community and wait for their court date. So the Border Patrol and ICE is following a legal process, and that's just the law of the United States. And so they're following the legal process right now, regardless of how these people got here. That's what they have to do, and we are in this. We have a really close working relationship with the Yuma Border Patrol and the ICE officials, and we're doing this to help them out because they're overwhelmed in their facilities, and they don't have room to house all of these people coming across. And you know, whether people think that it's good or bad, the bottom line is it's happening, you know, and so something needs to be done, and we're happy to be in a position and to work for a strong agency that's able to support this type of operation at this point in time.
So do you guys, and I know this is a sensitive question, do you deal with unaccompanied minors? Do you have those in your, you know, in your pathway? Is that something, because I know that once unaccompanied minors basically go into border custody, we kind of don't see them again on our side.
Yeah.
Is that something you are seeing? Do you guys take care of the unaccompanied minors, or can you tell me anything about that?
As far as we know, no, we don't get any unaccompanied minors. We only get either single male or female adults or family units from Border Patrol. Okay. As I understand it, the unaccompanied minors are turned over to the Department of Health and Human Services at the national level, and then they deal with getting them reunited with their families, but we have nothing to do with unaccompanied minors.
Okay, is there anything else you want
got 3 in his
people to
basement
know
right
about
now.
your
Look at
operations,
his
what you
eyes.
guys are doing, what your issues
He's
or
hiding something.
mission is here in Yuma?
Sure. I mean, the Regional Center for Border Health and its subsidiary, the San Luis Walk-in Clinic, we've been committed to improving the quality and access of healthcare along the U.S.-Mexico border for the past 30 years. We have operations in Yuma, La Paz, and Mojave counties in Arizona, and we are just a healthcare agency. But above all, I like people to know that we're a public service agency, and if we can't do it, we know we can refer you to anybody that can. So we want our patients to be healthy and happy, and to, you know, be productive members of our Yuma society, and we're real proud of everything that under the leadership of our CEO Amanda Aguirre, we're really proud of everything that we've been able to accomplish, and I think that's about it.
Now, Alex, with what do you guys help regular's not the word, but do you help Yuma residents, like citizens here, or is it mostly migrants? What is?
No, our clinics are open to everybody,
Okay.
and the migrant situation is very new to us.
Has it impeded on your ability to help your citizens here at all?
No, not at all. Our clinics are 100% fully operational. In fact, we just opened, during the pandemic, we opened a 64,000 square foot facility in San Luis in partnership with USDA Rural Development, and it has a outpatient surgery center, primary care, all of our clinics, and we have 4 medical mobile units that can be deployed to anywhere, are fully licensed and fully 100% combined with between behavioral health and primary care.
Wow. Okay. Now, my final question would be, you know, with these folks that are here right now, when you guys are going to process them, I'm trying to figure out how to ask this in a way that's not going to be offensive. Are you guys providing them with any funds or any way to get to their next destination if they don't have the means themselves?
No, we're not. Okay. If we have in the past, just in extreme situations.
What would an extreme situation be? Walk me through that.
So someone that's like in a wheelchair, or that's someone that is released from the hospital to us, and that, for example, someone needed a portable oxygen machine that the hospital purchased for them, then we help them in those cases. But for the most part, people that don't have the means to travel, as I mentioned earlier, they go to a shelter, and then the shelters help them get to their final destination.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, Alex, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it.
Ellie.
Let me give you a card.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that we can stay in touch here, and if you guys need anything, or if you have any crazy thing happen, reach out to me. I'm your girl. We'll live stream and not take anything out of context, okay?
Sounds good. Thank you,
Take care of you. Thanks for what you're doing. Be careful. And I did park right over there, so I'm gonna walk that way and head out. Okay, Alex, thanks. Okay, guys, so we just finished up talking with the public relations manager here about their situation at the NGO. So again, you heard him talking about the charter buses. They had 160 people come from Border Patrol this morning. Today, that's what they've got and that's what they're dealing with. They said people that don't have the means to travel today, they will go on a charter bus to Riverside, California. You heard him talking about that. So really interesting information, because here's the thing. NGOs have gotten a lot of really bad publicity, right, lately. So he even said that they don't talk to the media. And I explained, you know, you guys heard the very beginning, you wanted me to cut my feet and everything, and I just explained what I'm doing. And that's the beauty of being honest. People will talk to you. What a concept. So I told him I'm going to leave, so I'm going to pop off my live so I can drive, because I don't break the rules. So yeah, it is really interesting to hear from him. Wow, I gotta digest that. I'm gonna pop on again in a little bit, but I'm heading out now, so we'll check back in just a little bit. Thanks, guys.
Simon, shut the fuck up! What are you doing?
Range into
Puny? Yeah, I just did some pull-ups, so how many can you do? It doesn't really matter if I'm puny as long as I can work with my own body weight. Like I'm small, but I'm not squishy. I'm not soft. Are you soft? Touch yourself. Touch yourself. Touch yourself. Pun? Punny? You call me punny? What do you mean? What did I say? You're squishy. I gotta get harder. It's not, it could be worse though. I'm about to start another stream before this judge comes back. But I got a little bit of time left. I used to be able to do like 11, 12 pull-ups, but man, that's changed. That's changed. I can still do. I just popped out 6 real fast a minute ago, but I gotta get that number up, man. When I first started, I couldn't do any. 0. I couldn't even pull myself up. I could barely hang from the bar for longer than 10 seconds. Hands would get to burning super bad. They were really skinny. The hands were the hardest part to get over the pain of at first. Then I would have to do a bunch of negatives where I would just let myself go down as slowly as possible over and over and over and over every day for a couple of weeks, and then I was able to finally do 1 or something. And I think I had some curls too. I was doing curls a little bit also. Oh man, once I could do 1, it was like, oh whoa, I did it. I kept wanting to do more and more. I started streaming all the time and stopped doing as many pull-ups. But luckily it's right in between the kitchen, so every now and then I'll do a few just because I see it. Keeps me fit, a little fit. That, or I'll like sometimes like I'll just start doing squats. Like do like 10 squats real quick. A good time to do squats when you're brushing your teeth. I mean, or like you gotta like something else you can do. Toe. You know, where you when you go up on your toes, calf extensions. You can do those while you're brushing your teeth. You gotta think of ways to incorporate exercising into your everyday life so it doesn't take up so much time. So that's for people that don't go to the gym. You know what I mean? Like people like start doing little stuff like that, and it'll go a long way. And you're not doing anything anyways at the time. You know, find areas. Like that's why like I got stuff like this. I used to use this more. I got this thing, little hand exerciser thing that I can change the tensions on. So if I was back when I first started trading crypto, I would just be like chilling with this, like the dude from the Big Short. I think he had one of these. No, not this one, but something like it. Just kind of get the stress out, but at the same time strengthening. Maybe I'm only doing 25 kilograms, 55 pounds squeeze right there. It's not much, but you can work your way up on this all the way up to 200-pound squeeze. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different increments. This is one of the best hand exercising tools you can get. It's made in Korea, by the way. And if you can press this one all the way down on the highest one and get a video of it or a picture of it or something, they give you the next one, the harder one. There's a one above this one. And if you can do it on that one, you get put on some board. You get clout. You get hand exercise squeeze clout. Hand squeeze clout. All the people that have pictures of them doing that, they'll have like all kinds of chalk on their hands and shit. 200 pounds, that ain't nothing to sneeze at. That's the equivalent of being able to pick up 200 pounds with one hand off the ground. You can keep your hand shut with that in your hand. trying to pull against your hands, wanting to open it. Can you pick up a 200-pound weight? One-handed? Oh, I have another thing too. Yeah. There's another thing I can use to work out at the desk. This thing's heavy too. Really heavy. That's not what works you out. Oh man, I left it tensioned. Oh, I left it tensioned. That's a bummer. Yeah, I'm supposed to leave it tensioned. Okay, it still feels right. I didn't leave it all the way tensioned at least. But see, it adds tension. This is rubberized right here. And you can use it to get all kinds of different strength. Like it can work all this. You can do like, and it's the equivalent of having a bunch of weight on there, but you don't have the danger of dropping the weight. So this thing's pretty cool too. Arm workouts. Shake weight, yeah. This is called a Sidewinder Pro Extreme by Sports Grips. And they also have this one, which is more for different types of like wrists and you do the same thing. You tighten this one also with this middle thing. This is by the same company. It's called a grip twister. I got weird stuff that most people don't have. Actually, some of the stuff I get, because I do a lot of research on stuff before I buy stuff, and then I find what can help me best. That was one of those things. I needed it at the time. Dude, I was pretty weak. Plus, I figure, I mean, something like that's not really going to drop in value. It's like workout equipment only really drops in value if it breaks or if it's cheap. For the most part, the price of metal goes up over time. Inflation goes up, or inflation causes it. So workout equipment actually was in high need at the beginning of the pandemic. You couldn't even get the Iron Master that I have. That's set completely out of stock, as well as the Power Block set was completely out of stock. I'd gotten them both before the pandemic. And it happened because the gyms closed. All the gyms are closed, and everybody was trying to stay at home. It's still kind of hard to get that stuff. Gym memberships dropped significantly since COVID. I don't think they returned to their previous numbers. People just simply don't feel as comfortable as they used to be in a room using like sweaty gym equipment. It was already kind of gross, wasn't it? Somebody else's juices all over it. You know that that's got some other human's juices on it. Now you're doing push-ups and pull-ups? Yeah. Well, I mean, I go in and out of doing them through life. Otherwise, I would probably look way different. Yeah. This didn't just like, I might look like a scrawny little twig, but like, I could be way skinnier. For sure. A needle tip. What? Really? Whoa. You broke a needle in your arm?
Yummy.
Dude, the first... Oh, wow. You really get the terps off that first draw. Oh, wow. It's like I'm inhaling Kool-Aid powder.
Codeine and soda.
Celebrities endorsing syrup, which is the combination of cough syrup with codeine and soda. Two ingredients that can make for a lethal recipe.
The drug is known as Drank or syrup, a potentially lethal combination of the prescription drug codeine and soda.
I can't tell. Okay, tempo. No, I think it's cash. The red inside the green. Red liquid inside the green bottle. Oh, what? I don't have the Spotify sound music. Oh shit, she's back. She came back early.
Ready for the jury.
Motherfucker.
All right.
God
Thank you,
dang it,
Deputy.
stupid bitch! What the? Oh man, no, she's not. Alright, I gotta go. I gotta go. We're gonna be late. I'm gonna be late. You're gonna have to go find that somewhere else. I gotta fucking go. Man, I thought I had 12 more minutes. I fucked up. Go get the jury, bitch. Fucking shit. I actually thought I had... Fucking up. In this stream. Hey, shout out to the current stream legends. Yeah, I'm going back. Today's top 10 stream legends so far: Jim S at 50, Jessica at 48, and Ruby Ocean at 26. Thank you, 3. Number 4, Toxoplasma and Gandhi, 5, Internet Guy 6, AT 99, 7, Mr. 98, Narc Bass 9, High Karate 10, Clint Wilson. Alright. Now. I'll be right back. Alright. Thanks for the 33 likes, that helps. Next time, we need to get 34 though, okay? I was really hoping to get 34. Oh, I hate 33. Gonna try next time though, okay? Shout out to these people. Give them, wait, were no donos? Were there no donos? You guys are all fired. You're all fired. I don't know, should I even come back?